My name is T. James Reagan, and this is the T. James Reagan podcast recorded in Newark, New Jersey. As is tradition around these parts, when a new Taylor Swift album comes out, I review it. To find my special two-part review of the Tortured Poets department, scroll back in the podcast feed. If you've already listened to it, I'm surprised you've come back for more. I promise I won't use the term fatalistic imagery ad nauseum like I did in the prior review, so you're welcome for that. For those of you who randomly clicked on this podcast thinking you were going to listen to the actual Taylor Swift songs from The Life of a Showgirl, or if you knew this was a podcast and clicked on it believing that either I'm a fawning homosexual who will be gagged by the album, or I'm a right-wing incel using the general lameness of this album to further some toothless political grievance, then you will be disappointed on either account. I'm neither one of those genres of Taylor Swift content creators. I am a third, far more sinister type. I am the straight, male swiftie edgelord, which means this review will be overly charitable and overly critical in equal measure. What you need to know about me beyond my parasocial relationship with Taylor Swift, or I guess it's like an obsession, like a relationship is like something that two people have together, where an obsession is just one delusional boy in his apartment all alone. And so about me, I'm a novelist. And so if you like coming of age novels, then try my novel Love Trust. If you like snarky celebrity blog era gossip, then try my novel Famous for Nothing. It's October right now, so if you're looking for a cozy October read where literally nothing happens at all, try my novel Pushing Closer. And if you're one of those standard issue HR manager cardigan wearing Swifties, then my entire bibliography is written essentially to mock you or make you angry. So I would say start with Hot Blonde Girls with Heavy Eye Makeup. And so you can read that and then don't forget to write a GIF-laden 1-star Goodreads review when you're done. I probably don't even need to remind you to do that though. It's probably already mentally added to your empty social calendar. So just get reading on that. So here we are. Another release from America's premier showgirl, Taylor Swift, or as my faction of Swifties affectionately refer to her as, Blondie. Seems like we just did this, didn't we? It's because we did. She didn't give it a rest at all. She just went straight back to work. We have 30 songs. We were good, girl. And before we hop into this album, I owe the longtime pod fans an update. In my Tortured Poets review, I began the album's dissection by discussing how I reacted to the ever-churning discourse around Taylor Swift that was leading up to the album. And don't worry, this recap won't be an hour and a half long like the last one was. That was a special circumstance because I happen to be Matty Healy's strongest soldier. And I look exactly like Adam Friedland, so I was kind of crashing out when the singer of my favorite band of all time and the female singer I have a mind-altering, hyper-fixated relationship with were in a messy breakup that began due to the fact of things that Matty said on a podcast hosted by a guy who I look like. And so, yeah, I think there's some residual trauma there, but I also think I'm better now, or I'm worse. I mean, honestly, I just feel very sane. And to speak on that review, now that I have some distance, I will say that upon reflection, I might have been a little harsh in some facets of my Tortured Poets review. I was surprised how often I've returned to so many of the songs that make up Tortured Poets, where especially The Black Dog, Love of My Life, My Boy Only Breaks His Favorite Toys, and most of all, Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus. I would say those 4 songs have joined the ranks of 10 out of 10 perfect Taylor songs for me. Also, don't get me wrong, I still think So High School is a sonic abortion where it's a love song that could render even the most virile man impotent. But since the last podcast, according to my last FM account, which you can find under the username T-Man Music, I've listened to the songs that make up the Tortured Poets department 415 times. So, upon distanced reflection, a lot of that podcast is just me pulling Blondie's ponytail. And I'm not saying this one is going to be any different. And just like the TTPD episode, I think we should do a Taylor timeline from that album to this album. And interspersed with my commentary and reactions to the overall greater Swiftyverse, since I am terminally online, so I just went to my Twitter account and typed in Taylor or Blondie or Joe Alwyn or Matty Healy or Love of My Life. And then I just collected all the tweets together and then put it into a timeline of like the things we've missed since the Tortured Poets. So we can start off in June of 2024, which is like the first big milestone after Tortured Poets, where Taylor Swift was featured on Gracie Abrams' beautiful song, Us. And I had like such an anticipation for the moment that my gap-toothed, perfectly abbed Nepo princess, Gracie Abrams, would finally record right next to Botox Barbie. Like, let me tell you, the song did not disappoint. It even contained the lyrics, Babylon lovers, hanging lifetimes on a vine. And so I tweeted, if you want to hear more about this, listen to my 3-hour podcast about boy genius Damien Chazelle's Babylon. Of note, you can find that podcast in my podcast feed where you found this podcast. And I maintain that Damien Chazelle's Babylon is a classic film, even if it does cuck itself at the end with that ending that was never in the original script. So boy genius was actually boy idiot in a moment that truly mattered for his film career. He has not made a film since. Like, I've released a Damien Chazelle-related product more recently than Damien Chazelle has, which is unfortunate. And now he's got, like, that pumpkin-headed Leo doing, like, an Evel Knievel movie. Like, that's not what we want. We want to see dancing. Also, just a note, most recently Margot Robbie said, if you love Babylon, I love you. And I think we're alike when it comes to movies. Which was very flattering. I could not believe that Margot Robbie directly mentioned how much she loves me, because she most certainly sat through all 3 hours of that Babylon podcast. As she sat there, she grew more and more in love with me with every word I stuttered out. And so maybe take notes on that, Blondie. Also in June of 2024, this event sets up one of the major songs on The Life of a Showgirl, where Taylor tried to block Charlie XCX's album of the summer, Brat, from going #1 in the UK. And she did this by releasing UK exclusive versions of the Tortured Poets department. And hearing that, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, Tommy, why would a woman who bitches about how it's essentially like being born with no arms just to exist as a woman in the world, why would someone like that purposely try to take an accomplishment from a fellow pop star who most people had written off as like Marina and the Diamonds, like she's never going to chart #1, even if she puts out a bunch of bullshit variants, she's still going to flop? We'll speculate on the answer to that question later, and we won't feel guilty about it because Blondie demands we do it so she can sell more bullshit variants of her new album, of which this is a review. And if you're curious if the flood the market strategy worked, yes, it did. Charlie didn't get her #1 in the UK that she had been working her entire life for. And even in July, Tortured Poets was still the #1 album in the United States. But we're not going to say why that is. It was bullshit variants. And then we'll move on to August, where the Eras Tour was international. And there were amazing performances all across the globe. Of those performances across the globe, there was a Vienna concert where authorities stopped a terror plot. And of course, this was obviously reminiscent of the Ariana Manchester concert, but no Swifties would ever mention that. And like, not because of their beef with the Ariana stans, the Arianiators. I've never actually like said that aloud. Arianiators. That can't be how it's pronounced. Because to do so, they would have to say who was performing this potential act of terror. every Swiftie I've ever met, like, they cannot wait to tell you about the religion of peace. And, like, if you mention that at that Manchester concert, like, little girls got blown to bits, they'll just be like, well, it was like a different time back then. And then when you point out that, like, the guys in Vienna tried to make it the exact same time, they'll be like, well, maybe our Christo-fascist late-stage capitalism has silenced marginalized voices, and violence is the cry of the oppressed. And at that point, like, I would rather sing karaoke to London Boy in front of every crush I've ever had in my life than continue communicating with Swifties who talk like that. So, like, I've just decided to memory hole this potential mass terror plot as well, and we're all just going to pretend like it never happened and that that threat wasn't there and isn't still omnipresent anytime a bunch of little girls go to a Taylor Swift concert. And so we totally forgot that happened. And then in September, Taylor endorsed Kamala, but, like, she wasn't stupid enough to do any work towards trying to get, like, that absolute dog of a candidate elected because, like, winners hate losers. And Blondie knew that Kamala was a loser. Like, you could tell by her endorsement. She put out, like, an Instagram post or whatever. Like, like she was being attacked by the the 45th president every day, and she put out, like, an Instagram post where she's like, obviously I'm voting for Kamala Harris, so I guess, like, you could do that also if you wanted to or whatever. Like, I think she knew once Charlie's endorsement, like the Kamala is brat, Blondie couldn't try to insert herself into that endorsement thing because she knew she wouldn't come out number one there. Like, the Swifties who were running Kamala's campaign had already Kamala is brat, coconut tree remixed all of this stuff into a hellscape that was everywhere. And so, like, Taylor couldn't penetrate that, and she would actually be losing to Charlie in that situation. So she pretty much just pulled off on the endorsement and, like, all right, let's play a hypothetical game here. I'm going to ask you a question. Which president in the history of this country do you think is most analogous to Taylor Swift? And by all means, Cardigan Girl, give me your honest response. Who in presidential history does billionaire Blondie share the most traits with? In fact, I will turn the commenting section on the Spotify post of this podcast, and please put the name of the president that you think is most like Taylor Swift in those comments. Thank you for your attention to this matter. In a totally unrelated transition, in October, Taylor Swift was named the most wealthy woman in music. I never believed, like, those net worth things until one time Isabella and I looked up Sky Ferrer's net worth, and the website listed Sky Ferrer's net worth as $500. Like, we could not stop laughing because it was one of the few times where that net worth site seemed so spot on. Where it's like, oh, they have access to her bank account. Like, they're getting her overdraft fees. It just seemed so perfect. And so now I do believe that Blondie is a billionaire. And then moving on to November, Taylor got 6 Grammy nominations. Then at the Grammys, like, who knows what happened? Certainly not me, because the 1975's Being Funny in a Foreign Language was not nominated for a Grammy the year prior, even though Matty Healy, when I went and saw him in Madison Square Garden, he pointed out that they at least had a Song of the Year with About You, and they definitely had an Album of the Year, and Jack Antonoff was nominated for Producer of the Year, and guess who produced Being Funny in a Foreign Language? So, I'm just saying. And I should admit, like, reading over this script a second time, I just write this extemporaneously, and now I see that I did watch the Grammys. I live tweeted the Grammys. So maybe I should stop drinking while doing these podcasts, or maybe the Grammys should get more memorable, and maybe they would have more juice if they nominated Matty Healy. And then that brings us to December 2024. And on the 11th of December, I started tweeting how I was like getting nostalgic. And I was like, the thing I'm going to miss most about the Eras tour is that you could like actually figure out how Blondie's relationships were going with Joe Alwyn and Matty by like how mad as hell she would be during an otherwise like very innocuous song from her catalog, where she would essentially take a song that was about one of those boys and repurpose it as a status update on how she was feeling about one of those boys. And so like you'd be like, wow, she's Taylor's really getting into this one. And it was just because she was so pissed off at the man she had written the song about. And oh, it was a magical time to be a Swiftie. And at this point, I was getting like fixated on those old live performances. So on December 19th, I tweeted, remember when Blondie kept eye fucking the camera during the A2W 10 SNL performance? And then I posted the video where, if you don't know what that is or you haven't watched it in a while, put on All Too Well 10-minute SNL performance, Taylor Swift, and you will be left with like the single most powerful eye fucking that Taylor Swift has ever given during one of her live performances. Like that much eye contact may cure your mild autism as you watch the supreme product of Taylor's mild autism play out in all of its glory. So check that one out and let me know if it cured you. And then in January, I was pulled into thinking about Taylor Swift's sixth album, which is Reputation, which if you know me, you know that I don't think about Reputation at all because like, why would I? Like, what is there to think about regarding that project? Like, when I think about Reputation, I think of The Color Black and Snakes. And like, if I want to think about snakes, I'll just read Joan Didion. But the reason why I was talking about Reputation is on the 24th of January, I posted a picture from Spotify and I captioned it, "One of the girls is missing," because when there were like all the albums tiled out, Reputation wasn't available to stream at all. And then I just started doing like a stream of consciousness as I was like looking through the Spotify. And I posted a screenshot of the Zayn song that she did for the 50 Shades soundtrack that's from the Rep Tour playlist. And I commented, I forgot how on a downslide she was during this time that she even considered doing this song. Now this would classify as a Make-A-Wish session. Like Taylor's taxes would have a line item that said song with Zayn under charitable contributions. Like at best, I can put it into historical context that like she's somehow trying to get under Harry Styles' skin by recording that song. But I think she was just like desperate for attention, and Gigi was probably like, get this drug addict off the sofa and into the studio. And so that's how the song happened. But regardless, I was looking into that and then I continued reflecting on that time and I was like, it's interesting how Reputation showed an artist in decline, and then you couple that with Miss Americana, which was like a peek behind the curtain that showed the wizard had no clothes, and like she had to create a narrative where I think Charlie XCX actually mentioned this in her most recent interview that like she didn't do a Brat documentary because you have to create like this fake obstacle of men impeding your progression. And like when it came to Brat, it was just, like Charlie and a bunch of dudes in the studio vibing out. So like there was no big, like what would be the scandal? Like our drug dealer got arrested and now we can't score for tonight. There would be nothing with Brat, but I was looking back on the Reputation era and I was saying like Reputation showed an artist in decline coupled with Miss Americana, where that peek behind the curtain showed us how utterly alone she is and how tempted she was to get into like these cucked liberal politics. And then Lover had the benefit of the doubt that she never had to tour like such a lifeless, distanced from artistry record. And so a downslide that would have Katy Perry'd her career was saved by the entire world shutting down. The world saved Taylor Swift from Taylor Swift. And I was thinking about that, and so I tweeted, if I was Taylor and I had a chance to go back and either have the COVID-19 pandemic never happen or for the world to remain exactly in a pre-2020 state, I would have had it play out exactly how it played out. Like, sorry, grandma, I would choose to change nothing. Like, COVID-19 genuinely saved Taylor Swift's career, and she emerged from it with some of her best work and as the planet's most powerful pop star. Before that, we were all like, we'll never see another artist who has like the reach of a Michael Jackson. And now you have TikToks of like girls crying outside the Eras tour about like exile, healing their trauma. And like it's the fainting Chinese person of the 2020s is like the white girl crying outside of the Eras tour in her friend's arms. And so she was turned into a Michael Jackson of our era. And it was because of COVID. But I was still thinking about that pre-COVID time where she was so pathetic. And I posted a Spotify link to a song called Only the Young, which was featured in Miss Americana. It was from 2020. I commented how wild it was. Like, she was so creatively dead during Miss Americana. Like, the documentary is essentially like a eulogy on her career. You could see an artist who no longer had any idea who she was. It was just a collection of victim narratives and neuroses and delusion and a need to get attention in the least cool way possible, which is becoming active in politics. I follow so many people who have nothing going on in their life, and so their life becomes politics. And I look at their Instagram stories and I think, like, do you think anyone cares? Like, deep down, when you're feverishly tapping out this Instagram story, do you think anyone, like one human being in your life who watched that story, is changed in any way? And if you say yes, you're probably delusional. If anything, I would say you're probably radicalizing people to the other side. At least that's the case with me, where like, if you used to know me, you used to know that I was like obsessed with late night TV. Like, I was obsessed with David Letterman. In the summer, I would stay up every single night and watch David Letterman and Conan or Craig Kilborn or Craig Ferguson. And I just loved all of it. It was like this irreverent type of humor that like disappeared the moment it was created. And now to watch a late night TV show, like if our fascist government ever arrests me for my wrongthink on this podcast, the way that that would be like worse than waterboarding is to put on Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and just have me sit there and watch it. Like, that is a hell I would not wish on my worst enemy. And so when you look at a song like Only the Young, you can see Taylor's brain being melted in the way that Instagram stories about politics melded, have like radicalized people to the other side. And it was almost like she was so desperate to prove that she wasn't a Republican that she created a work so spineless, artless, and sonically uninteresting that like it was self-harm. Like, whatever harm she thought was being done to her reputation at that time, nothing could have harmed her more than releasing Only the Young. Like, imagine Blondie looking at these lyrics in 2025 and thinking like, this is up to my standard. Like, the song might as well have an Act Blue writing credit. She sings, these are real lyrics, the big bad man with a big bad plan. Like, get the fuck out of here. How much money were you paid by some dark special interest group to create that? Or were you just so distanced from your own humanity that you thought this is what people wanted from you? And so I was like contemplating those like what ifs about COVID, and that spiraled me into the what ifs about if Taylor and Matty were given a fair shake. Because what Taylor did, like the people she invited in by that terrible lover error. Like when she was doing I Think You Need to Calm Down, when she was doing The Man, when she was writing songs that are like at best propaganda and at worst are like sort of like a laser beam to the dumbest human beings on earth. She invited all those people into the Swiftie circle, which is why she got so big, but it's also why her not only relationship suffered, but music suffered. In the contemplation, I tweeted out, it's a shame that Blondie and Matty got Adam Friedland showed because they were never able to really turn a romantic partnership that was like decades long of desire and mutual interest and competition. They were never able to put that on a track besides that bonus track. And like, when you think about it, the 75 don't really need Jack Antonoff to make a record, but I appreciate that they did get Jack. And Taylor has overused him to the point that she doesn't really need to interact with Jack anymore, or it's going to sound redundant. And if you look at her collaborations with Dessner, he seems way more happy with Gracie than he did recording with Taylor. And so the interesting choice would have been for George Daniel to record with Blondie. But now we all know another reason why that would never happen. And so with this like anger of the lover and rep era sort of reverberating within me, and the anger of her not having that partnership with Matty beyond that one bonus track on 1989 Taylor version, I was looking at what was coming ahead of us, and there were zero interesting storylines. Like, aside from her relationship with washed Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce, I tweeted out, honestly, Taylor needs to find a script that she's totally in love with and put her coping mechanism obsessions towards directing. Because she's wanted to be a director, but like she's had horrible material to direct. Like she had to direct a video for The Man. Like you could give that to Martin Scorsese and he would be like, "Bob, I just did my best. I couldn't figure it out." Because like the song is so stupid that you're bound to it. And so if Taylor found a screenplay that truly appealed to her, she has access to so many cinematic geniuses. She has access. She could sit down with David O. Russell right now and go through an entire Stevie Nicks biopic if she wanted to direct the Stevie Nicks biopic. And if you've ever listened to Stevie Nicks, you'll know she loves Taylor. And side note, a really good Stevie Nicks conversation is one of the things Matty Healy did during the pandemic was the Face magazine had him interview people that inspired him. So he has a really good conversation with Conor Oberst. And then he has a really good conversation with Stevie Nicks where like, if you're a Matty fan, you know that like there's no off switch on the, oh no, that boy started talking. I've never heard Matty Healy quieter than when he was on a podcast with Stevie Nicks, where Stevie loved to air out business. And she has like a photographic memory for everything that was happening at the time, what was going on at the studio, whose drug dealer was up to what, who was fucking who was in a relationship, which call was made, how poor were they at that time. It's this incredible podcast. And Matty, like, I've never heard Matty Healy gagged before, and Stevie Nicks gagged him. It was probably thinking about what Matty was doing at the pandemic that I said Taylor needs to direct a film. And if she was to direct that movie, it would be stepping outside of music at a time where we don't need more music from her. And that's a problem with, we're going to buy, like, of course, bought the album. Why would I not buy the album? It's the new Taylor Swift album, and I'm a creature of habit, and so one of the habits is I buy the Taylor Swift album. But did I want a Taylor Swift album? I wanted to listen to hear if she was going to talk about Matty and then maybe like send more coded messages, but no, I didn't want a Taylor Swift album. And so that's why I thought it would be interesting if she got with David O. Russell, she talked to him about a Stevie Nicks biopic, she went and started working on that, and she had a new creative endeavor where it wasn't paint by the numbers, where she had to figure everything out for the first time. And I thought that would creatively rejuvenate her and sort of unlock portions of her mind that she hadn't addressed in a really long time. Because the problem with Taylor is that from when she was a little girl until right now, when she's probably in the studio as I'm recording this podcast, she's been a singer-songwriter, and she's been writing songs and performing songs. And so she's really good at that. But her life experience out of that, you can feel creative stagnation in her work quite often, where the pandemic slowed her down. In Joe, I think it was a edifying relationship because Joe was a guy who was making his start out in film, and he was a guy who was reading a lot, and he was, like when he did Conversations with Friends, if you go watch an interview with the cast of Conversations with Friends, they'll be like, so how did you first get involved with Sally Rooney? Every one of them will be like, I had this audition. I was eating ramen out of a cupboard. I genuinely thought I might blow my brains out, and this was the only role I was offered. And then it goes to Joe Alwyn, and Joe Alwyn explains in detail his relationship with Sally Rooney's prose. Like, he's just a guy who was building his artistry. And I think that lifted Taylor up a lot. And so I think when she wrote with another quote unquote tortured poet, she had to be held accountable to the standards that Joe had. And Joe likes Hamlet. Joe is a guy who looks at Yorgos movies and he can immediately fall into that wavelength. Like, he's a guy that Yorgos invites back. And those parts might not be huge, but they're very specific parts. And Joe integrates himself in that machine very well. The other work that he was doing, where Stars at Noon probably, I mean, might be the worst Claire Denis movie I've ever seen. But part of that is that he was calling up Blondie and saying, here's how Claire Denis directs a film. Here's the crazy sex scene I did with Margaret Qualley. So Taylor was getting exposed to a whole new world. And she was also, the woman who would go on to marry the guy who produced half of her last 3 albums. Her boyfriend was filming very erotic scenes with that girl. So there was all this jealousy that was involved too. And Taylor thrives off jealousy so much. And there were all these intellectual conversations that she was having that she probably wasn't having before with her string of, quick hits. And so I think that she was really edified by that film portion. That is what I wanted for her next era. And that was what I was tweeting out about a lot, was that Taylor could have been a novice again. And in being a novice and not being held to the burden of her really poor songwriting and lover, she would have had a whole new world to sort of direct, all new moving pieces. And she would have to collaborate with someone that's not just getting wine drunk in her living room and them filling in lines for her. There would be problems that day on set, and she would have to think of creative solutions for them. There's no logistical problems in Taylor's life except for the sparkles are on back order because of a supply chain. There's not enough sequins. The black dress, the armpit ripped in it, and the only person excited about that is Tom Reagan. There's barely any logistical problems in her life that aren't travel. And I didn't feel she had a challenge in her life. Travis is essentially an iPad baby. You could just give Travis Roblox and he's fine for the day. He's not coming back. Give him a bowl of goldfish crackers and he'll be happy. That's all it takes for him. And that's why I started posting. I tweeted this out. I wrote, last album worked because Black Dog and My Boy Only Breaks His Favorite Toys showed that there was one person in Taylor's life who actively challenged her, and now he's gone. We know that Travis certainly isn't a muse. His one song is the type of song you immediately cut the moment you've recorded it, unless you have an agenda. That song should be renamed So Many Songs on the Tortured Poets Department That I Can Slip in This Dog Shit and Hopefully No One Will Notice. And then I continued tweeting. However, I do think there's some mutual NDA, non-disclosure agreement between her and Joe Alwyn. Because, like, if you look at Midnight's now in hindsight, Midnight's isn't a looking back on 7 years of my life record. It's the you're losing me record. Everything we've been working towards, it's now collapsing. Like, everything is falling down. We're running through labyrinths, and I'm a mastermind, and there's keys and locks, and everything is collapsing. And so there's 7 years of her life that, if there is no NDA, or if there is an NDA and she decides to break it because she's super rich and she can just say, fuck it, we ball, and just betray Joe, then that would be her next record. Like a true postmortem, like, not we conduct this postmortem, like, give me an actual postmortem of the boy who had no interest in your fame, and you're going to have to shed a light on that guy who is comfortable in the shadows. But that is also exciting, and that is also art. Like, I take things from people all the time. I transcribe text messages. I use the stories they've told me in confidence in my work, and I essentially just have to charge it to the game if they get pissed off at me and say, yeah, I did that. And if she did it only for Joe, so much of Tortured Poets was Matty. Like, Matty's hologram stumbled into her apartment anytime she was about to write about Joe. And so if she actually, she's got 7 years of a relationship that really she hasn't gone into super detail with. That would be the what's next that I wanted for her. But of course, after writing all those rantings of a parasocial lunatic, I somehow had the audacity to begin February by posting, now that the Lakers season is over, I fear I'm about to enter full Swiftie mode, as there's no football tomorrow and Blondie will be cooking up something delightfully shady at the Grammys. Album of the Year, the Tortured Poets Department, TBH. I mean, how could I continually fire off the rantings of a straight male Swiftie lunatic, then be like, I'm about to enter full Swiftie mode? It's like, sir, where do you believe we were before? It would be like Diddy hauling a trash bag filled with empty bottles of baby oil out to the curb and then saying, I fear I'm about to enter Diddy mode. Like, what was I thinking with that tweet? But whatever, that's a good segue to the Grammys, where, to begin, I posted a picture of Blondie's hot as hell red dress, and then I tweeted the perverted comment, the fact that Blondie wore this with no necklace makes it so sexy. Unfortunately, she's left her pro-Anna days behind, but she still understands the profound allure of a bare collarbone. I wasn't done being a freak, and then I posted a close-up of her leg jewelry, which featured a golden T, and I wrote, I can't believe she put my initial there. And then I did a cover of a Tortured Poets song, and I was like, what if she's written T on her upper thigh, only in my mind, one slip falling back into the hedge maze? Oh, what a way to die. And like, I think the hedge maze I was referring to there was her pubic hair. So what was I going on during this Grammys time where I was like, I think I'm about to fall into full Swifties mode, just tweeting perverted stuff on Maine. Like, my Twitter account wasn't private at this point. I had to private it later on after, like, people were looking at these tweets and they were like, are you okay? How is this your thought pattern? Like, she makes the most innocuous music ever, and you're tweeting out something that could be scored to the 50 Shades of Grey song she did with Zayn. You should be glad I didn't, like, truly sing that. Like, I didn't truly belt it out, because let's just say the feedback on my karaoke for Fortnite from the last podcast was not good. People were like, you greasy freak. You sing like that, and then you have the audacity to say that Taylor ripped off Maisie Peters for her masterful Peter Pan-inspired song. And I was like, you're both right and deeply disturbed that you're analyzing my analyzation of Taylor Swift. And so, like, I'll just never sing again, and you can keep your feedback. But in my defense, I believe I was in boredom-related Grammy psychosis. And so I just ended my tweets, after my freak off. And I said, I have work tomorrow, so I'm going to bed, but I'm assuming Taylor wins Album of the Year. Here's my podcast about the Tortured Poets Department. If Beyonce wins, then that proves mediocre work is being celebrated, so this podcast is still relevant. And this was like a brazen act of self-promotion that did not pay off because I have these little metrics that tell me how many people download the podcast after I post it. And like 12 people downloaded it that Grammys night, and they probably were just like, let's see what else this freak is saying. Or they were other perverts where they were like, yeah, that T is written on her upper thigh. And it's not only in our mind. It's in reality. That's a T on her upper thigh. 12 perverts, if you're back. I got more for you. Anyways, when I woke up in the morning and I saw who won, I tweeted, it was obviously a tie between Blondie and Beyonce, but instead of a tiebreaker, they just gave it to B. If they really wanted to be fair, they should have made Travis Kelce and Beyonce take literacy tests, and the person who scored higher would get to take home Album of the Year for the Grammys. It would be a very close competition. But I was a little let down, and I started speculating on the future, and I wrote, Tay was going to announce the next move, but they didn't give her the chance, so it's like, fuck it, we ball. Chiefs by 70. She's going to double bird the Eagles, and then she's going to get on that podium and she'll launch her next product because she's a workaholic and she doesn't want to sit around and make small talk with Travis Kelce. And then I added, oh, Blondie, what a Grammys snub. If only someone intimately knew the anger, disappointment, and frustration you're feeling right now and could truly connect with you and support you in this moment. Bet you still miss the smoke. And then on February the 6th, a user by the name of Midnight Rain posted a comparison of the original Fearless track and then the re-recording of Fearless. And she added the caption, the difference in the vocals, so thankful for these re-recordings. And of course, this could be an account run by Taylor's team, because I don't think Midnight ever rained. Even when it was brand new, most people were just like, okay, yay, which is hardly raining. But even if Midnight Rain was a bot, I still chose to engage with it because I'm that level of online where it's like, hey, time to log on and spend my lunch break fighting with a robot. And so I quoted the user saying, AI really is going to take over. We're at a stage where we're praising the soulless money vacuum nature of these Taylor re-recordings that I can't even be sure aren't AI to begin with. And so soon it won't matter if your favorite artist ever wrote the words or felt the feelings that are being sung to you. A computer can just do it all. It can just get that profile and give you the new song. And I genuinely believe that Taylor Swift re-recordings were a step towards that existence. The fact that she could say, I already sold you this record, I'm gonna sell it to you again. It's gonna be with a voice that has none of the emotion of the little girl who was on this song, and you're gonna eat it up. You're gonna buy it again. You're gonna buy a variant. You're gonna buy it to get the Target bonus track. It worked. And so why wouldn't you buy an AI song? We have no, show me footage of Taylor re-recording these songs. Show me how she was able to do it so secretly with so many different collaborators. The technology exists for these songs to be real. I just read an interview with Frank Ocean where he's like, I can't remember if I forgot that song or if it's just AI. Frank Ocean can listen to a Frank Ocean song and say, oh, a computer might have done this. And so the re-recordings were just a setup for that. And it was really troubling. It was people were fawning over this. They were excited by this. This was a good thing for them. I gave my followers a suggestion and I said, everyone should pick up a cheap copy of Franzen's Freedom. In it, you'll find a monologue by a character named Richard, and he traces this exact degradation in such an articulate way. These re-recordings are no more interesting than watching a stranger win a hand at poker. Congrats on the money, Taylor. Since this is a podcast no one will listen to, and I have no co-hosts to leave in the middle of it, I can essentially record for as long as I want. So I'm going to read you that passage that I referenced. You don't need to buy that Franzen book. You can buy one of my books instead. Yeah, how about that? I'll read you the Franzen quote. You didn't have to buy Freedom. Now you can buy one of my books, available on Amazon in paperback and ebook. And you can read the ebook on your phone even. Okay, commercial over. I'm going to begin reading text. Little bit of background. The character we're hearing from is Richard Katz. He's being interviewed. Richard is sort of like if Elliot Smith was David Foster Wallace. So that's why you're like, this guy sort of seems like a dick. Yeah, he's a dick, but he's also like, would steal his friend's wife. So he's a dick. Anyways, I'm going to start reading now. Richard says, just ask me your questions, all right? This is fairly humiliating already. Question. So, Richard Katz, it's been 3 years since Nameless Lake, and exactly 2 years since Walnut Surprise was up for a Grammy. Can you tell me a little bit about how your life has changed since then? Answer. I can't answer that question. You have to ask me better questions. Question. Well, maybe you could tell me a little bit about your decision to go back to work as a manual laborer. Do you feel blocked artistically? Really need to take a different tact here. Okay. What do you think about the MP3 revolution? Revolution. Wow. It's great to hear that word, revolution, again. It's great that a song now costs exactly the same as a pack of gum and lasts exactly the same amount of time before it loses its flavor and you have to spend another buck. That era which finally ended, whenever, yesterday, that era when we pretended rock was the scourge of conformity and consumerism instead of its anointed handmaid, that era was really irritating to me. I think it's good for the honesty of rock and roll and good for the country in general that we can finally see Bob Dylan and Iggy Pop for what they really are, as manufacturers of wintergreen chiclets. Question. So you're saying rock has lost its subversive edge? Answer. What I'm saying is that it never had any subversive edge. It was always wintergreen chiclets. We just enjoyed pretending otherwise. Question. What about when Dylan went electric? Answer. If you're going to talk about ancient history, let's go back to the French Revolution. Remember when, I forget his name, but the rocker who wrote the Marseillaise, Jean-Jacques, whatever, remember when his songs started getting all that airplay in 1792, and suddenly the peasantry rose up and overthrew the aristocracy? There was a song that changed the world. Attitude was what the peasants were missing. They already had everything else: humiliating servitude, grinding poverty, unpayable debts, horrific working conditions. But without a song, man, it added up to nothing. The Singulet style really was what changed the world. Question. So, what's the next step for Richard Katz? Answer. I'm getting involved in Republican politics. Question. Haha. Answer. Seriously, getting nominated for a Grammy was an unexpected honor. I feel duty-bound to make the most of it in this critical election year. I've been given the opportunity to participate in the pop music mainstream and manufacture chiclets and help to persuade 14-year-olds that the look and feel of the Apple computer products is an indication of Apple Computer's commitment to making the world a better place. Because making the world a better place is cool, right? And Apple computers must be way more committed to a better world because iPods are so much cooler looking than other MP3 players, which is why they're so much more expensive and incompatible with other companies' software. Because, well, actually it's a little unclear why. In a better world, the very coolest products have to bring the very most obscene profits to a tiny number of residents of a better world. This may be the case where you need to take a step back and take a long view and see that getting to have your own iPod itself is the very thing that makes the world a better place. And that's what I find so refreshing about the Republican Party. They leave it up to the individual to decide what a better world might be. It's the party of liberty, right? That's why I can't understand why those intolerant Christian moralists have so much influence on the party. Those people are very anti-choice. Some of them are even opposed to the worship of money and material goods. I think the iPod is the true face of Republican politics. And I'm in favor of the music industry really getting out in front of this one and becoming more active politically and standing up, proud and saying it out loud. We in the chiclet manufacturing business are not about social justice. We're not about accurate or objectively verifiable information. We're not about meaningful labor. We're not about a coherent set of national ideals. We're not about wisdom. We're about choosing what we want to listen to and ignoring everything else. We're about ridiculing people who have the bad manners to not want to be cool like us. We're about giving ourselves a mindless feel-good treat every 5 minutes. We're about the relentless enforcement and exploitation of our intellectual property rights. We're about persuading 10-year-old children to spend $25 on a cool little silicone iPod case that it costs a licensed Apple computer subsidiary 39 cents to manufacture. Question. Seriously, though, there was a very strong anti-war mood at last year's Grammys. Many of the nominees were very outspoken. Do you think successful musicians have a responsibility to be role models? Answer. Me, bye, party. Sit in your own little world, rocking with your eyes closed. What I've been trying to say is that we already are perfect Republican role models. Question. If that's the case, then why is there a censor at the awards last year, making sure that nobody spoke against the war? Are you saying that Sheryl Crow is a Republican? Answer. I hope so. She seems like such a nice person. I'd hate to think she's a Democrat. Question. She's been very vocally anti-war. Answer. Do you think George Bush actually hates gay people? Do you think he personally gives a shit about abortion? Do you think Dick Cheney believes that Saddam Hussein engineered 9/11? Sheryl Crow is a chewing gum manufacturer, and I say that as a longtime chewing gum manufacturer myself. The person who cares what Sheryl Crow thinks about the war in Iraq is the same person who's going to buy my obscenely overpriced MP3 player because Bono Vox is shilling it. Question. But there's a place for leaders in society, right? Wasn't that what corporate America was trying to suppress at the Grammys? The voices of potential leaders of an anti-war movement? Answer. You want the CEO of Chiclets to be a leader in the fight against tooth decay? Using some advertising methods to sell gum and tell the world that gum is bad for you? I know I just made a crack about Bono, but he has more integrity than the rest of the music world combined. If you make a fortune selling Chiclets, you might as well go ahead and sell overpriced iPods too, and get even richer. And then use your money and your status to get entree into the White House and try to do some actual hands-on good for Africa. Like, be a man, suck it up, admit that you like being part of the ruling class, and that you believe in the ruling class, and that you'll do whatever it takes to consolidate your position in it. Question. Are you saying you supported the invasion of Iraq? Answer. I'm saying if invading Iraq had been the kind of thing that a person like me supported, it never would have happened. Question. Let's go back to Richard Katz, the person, for a minute. Answer. No. Let's turn your little machine off. I think I'm done here. And that's the end of the passage that I read to you for free, and therefore, in payment, you should buy one of my books. But that's how I feel about the Taylor's version, is that it's just chiclet manufacturing. And it's kind of how the life of a showgirl feels, because she's put out 28 variants of it. Like, that is chiclets. You can't tell me it's anything besides chiclets. The fact that these re-recordings were so popular with Midnight Rains and other people is chiclets. You have that album on your shelf. You can take it off your shelf and hear a 21-year-old girl in the height of her heartbreak screaming out her lungs, and it's totally relatable. Or you can hear a 34-year-old woman clocking into work like she didn't record those at the Long Pond studio. She recorded them in a WeWork station. Like, it's that much of like time to clock in. But I also understand that there's a chance that Midnight Rains is a 14-year-old girl, and she was introduced to Taylor on midnights or whatever, and so hearing those re-recordings is hearing her favorite version of Taylor. Like, I had the advantage that I got in relatively early, like, I wasn't there for Self-Titled or Fear. I was, like, knew of her in Fearless because I would see her on, like, the CMT Awards or whatever, but wasn't truly a fan until Speak Now. And I was thinking about how I became a fan, because the weekend before Life of a Showgirl came out, I got a DM from a girl on Reddit who were both in the Red Scare sub, and she said, "I just saw you on Tinder." And I'd never spoken with this girl before, but like, since I'm the only person in the world who has no internet anonymity, like, this Instagram handle, if you Google it, you'll find every single thing I've ever posted on the internet is associated with T. James Reagan. And so she found me on Tinder because in my Tinder bio, I try to sell my books because, like, I'm not a good looking man. My face is getting more asymmetrical as I age. Like, at work in the little Microsoft team box, I look at my face and in the mirror, it looks sort of normal, but in the Microsoft team box, like, my smile is crooked. My nose was always broken. If you met me from like when I was 13 on, I broke it when I was like 13, and I've just kept a broken nose because it's my Adrian Brody thing. Like, I don't know, I have this weird thing where, like, if I fixed it and looked in the mirror, I wouldn't see little Tommy Reagan. I would see someone who stole my consciousness. And so I've always had that broken nose, but now I see my like smile going sideways. Like, I might need a doll. I might be entering my Billie Eilish era where I just show up like lisping with my new what's that thing? Invisalign. I might just show up with my Invisalign. And so I know I'm not a good looking man. And that's why in my Tinder bio, I was like, there's a 20% chance I fuck this girl, but there's like maybe a 40% chance that she is so curious about me, she checks out one of my books. And so I have my name. I tell you in my Tinder profile, search T. James Reagan on Amazon and check out his novels. And so she recognized my name from the Red Scare sub, and she messaged me. And she didn't message me on Tinder because I think she wanted to make it, she wanted to provide a romantic distance where, like, also in my Twitter bio, I declared that I'm the Matty Healy to your Taylor Swift. And even if it doesn't work out between us, I'll still hold out the belief that someday we'll end up together, and I'll send you like little signs indicating such, even if we no longer speak. And like, that's my love language. So I put that in there, which probably scares women off even more than the pictures I've included. And so she reached out to me on Reddit instead of Tinder. She also was happy to mention that she swiped left on me. And so I think she lost the ability to message me when she was like, ew, no, actually, I have something to say about this guy. And then she logged into Reddit. But she was talking to me and she was remarking that I'm like, so like Red Scare coded where like no one can figure out what my politics are, and I'm obsessed with, like Gem Award and all these things. And I was like, yeah, I'm sort of like Red Scare coded, but I also fearlessly defend Taylor Swift and get downvoted into oblivion. And then I like waited for her to respond back to the DM, and she's like, a swiftie, why is that? And at first, I was going to send her this meme I saw, and the meme is a picture of a girl hugging her boyfriend, and transposed across it was the text that said, if love was a choice, I wouldn't be with him. And when I saw that, I was like, that's exactly how I feel about being a Taylor Swift fan. If being Swiftie was a choice, I wouldn't be one. But instead, I went into sort of like this explanation, and I was like, I didn't really know anything about Taylor Swift until Speak Now came out. And this was back when people bought CDs, so I went and got the CD with my friend, and she put the CD in, and then we went and got Starbucks, and we drove around town looking at Halloween decorations, drinking Starbucks, listening to Taylor Swift, and it was like a really nice, like the synergy of it all clicked together. Like, it's very Christian Autumn white girl, but it works so well. Like, there's a reason why those things go together. And it's because, that's like a BLT. All of it's working an angle, but then they're all working together for this one common goal. And I was listening to Taylor in a way that I never had before, because the way Speak Now goes, you're following a trajectory, and she's just a little girl on this album, and she's like screaming out her emotions. Where I specifically quoted this, come on, don't leave me like this. I thought I had you figured out." And it's one of those articulations in a song where it's a feeling you've felt so many times, where it's like, I've invested all of this time in this person, and I'm finally figuring them out. I'm finally figuring out their idiosyncrasies. I'm finally looking at something and going, they would love this, and showing it to them, and they love it. And it's like, don't leave me. Don't leave me like this, because I figured you out now. Like, by all means, leave me 5 months ago when I couldn't understand what the hell's wrong with you. But now I know what the hell's wrong with you, and I can sort of deal with it. And I'd never really heard that articulated in a song with such desperation. And there's desperation all over Speak Now. Like, Back to December is just so, as like a yearning guy, going back to December is what I'm doing when I'm sitting down and writing, and I'm going back to December and December and December and December and December and trying to make sense of it and trying to fix things. And you can't really fix it because that person is gone. And so all you can do is have a facsimile of that person and hope that the emotion of it rings true and that you get some sort of liberation from it. And I know that Taylor got liberation from Speak Now, and I know that she just got money from those re-recordings. And the girl responded like perfectly nice, where she, said like, "Oh, I like such and such song," and I let her know what album it was off of and gave some suggestions, and conversation just slowly sort of like petered out from there, as it does when you're passionately telling someone why Speak Now is an incredibly important pop music album that speaks to you and a level that, like, I should not have spoke now. I should have waited until she figured me out to speak now. Anyways, that's another failure. And the next huge Taylor event happened on February 9th, which was the day of the Super Bowl. And the Super Bowl was played by the Kansas City Chiefs, for which Blondie's then boyfriend and now fiance plays, and the Philadelphia Eagles. And since I'm a New York Football Giants fan, I hate the Eagles with all my heart. I hate their fans. I hate most people from Philadelphia. If you listen to my Bradley Cooper Maestro episode, you know that I'm a Bradley Cooper stan, but that's just because I get him. And he's friends with David O. Russell. And, you remember in Joy? Joy, he enters that movie and he does that QVC scene, and it's as exciting as a bank heist. It's so good. Like, I need a new David O. Russell movie. And it's weird that he's doing a Madden movie, but such is life. Anyways, I hate all Eagles fans, and I don't like the Chiefs, but I certainly like the Chiefs better than the Eagles. If Kansas City is reputation, then the Eagles are lover. Like, I hate it that much. I maintain that anything that makes Eagles fans hurt is a net positive for society, as Eagles fans are a net negative for society. I'm sorry, Jason. But we made it to the Super Bowl, and during the Super Bowl, they showed Blondie on one of those big screens, and she was booed, and she turned to her friend, essentially doing a remake of the millennial classic, "No, they were saying boo earns" joke. Taylor's friend was probably like, "They aren't saying boo, they're saying maroon. They love Maroon off your hit album Midnights. This is just further proof that midnight reigns." And I felt a little bad for Taylor, but this is nothing new. She's pretty much always had zero idea how she's perceived, despite spending 50% of her time worrying about how she's perceived. And so I had the delusional idea that Taylor would follow the rational outcome of this, and it might actually help her to pursue what she needed most desperately at that time, which was a 2-year hiatus. The booing sort of wasn't even about Taylor in some ways because of how the NFL has been operating recently, where the NFL has become an organization who will say "fuck you" to the fans to get people who don't watch, who aren't fans, to tune in. Think about the Kendrick NPR halftime show. Like, the only fans that Kendrick has are, like, like, swifties. Like, the people who are like, "Bad Blood is like," yeah, show them. Like, they think that Bad Blood is, like, an iconic music video. Kendrick NPR having, like, a Super Bowl halftime show where, like, Serena Williams is, like, crip walking, that is kryptonite to any NFL fan, and then now they've booked Bad Bunny, and it's, like, the same thing, the NFL is doing the same thing where it's like, "We hate our fans," just so that we can get, like, 14 people who have never watched the NFL to tune in. I'm willing to make that trade-off. I'm willing to watch Kendrick NPR halftime show if I get to see Blondie. Like, maybe there's also that contingent of, like, NFL fan who also has a delusional hyperfixation on this specific performer. All I wanna do is just, like, give a smooch on one of Taylor's rosy cheeks on a winter day in the cold Kansas City football atmosphere, but others feel that just seeing her sort of ruins the enjoyment of it all. And it's not like halftime where, like, when Kendrick just started performing, I was like, "Okay, time to go see how many beers I have in the fridge and get more nachos." Like, it's easier to ignore it in halftime than, like, your team is up against the Chiefs and Travis Kelce, like, gets his 1 touchdown every 4 games, and it just so happens when Blondie's in attendance, and then we have to not only see Travis Kelce celebrate, but then it cuts to Blondie, and I understand how people could get angry about that. But also, the reason why the NFL does this is because of the ever obsessive American need for, like, expanding the customer base. This makes sense in most industries, but it makes no sense for football because football is literally the most popular thing in America. Football is what most men can agree on if the NFL doesn't actively make it disagreeable. For most guys, Saturday with college football, and then Sunday for professional football, and then Monday, there's sometimes a good game, and then if we're really desperate, Thursday night football, where Al Michaels has to watch 2 bottom-of-the-basement teams go at it. But it's a way for guys to let off steam so that they don't end up, like, braining someone in traffic, you know? And it's also a social crutch. Like, guys are so autistic with communicating that if you just have, like, a matchup where you can say, "All right, we have old man Aaron Rodgers and we have old man Joe Flacco. This is gonna be exciting." And it, like, really is exciting as long as you don't insert some, like, leftist politics into the center of it. It's supposed to be free of, like, everything that makes men miserable, except for there's the win and the loss thing that makes men miserable, there's the injury thing that makes men miserable, and there's also the gambling that makes men miserable, but, like, gambling is a thrill on par with winning or losing, and it's also, like, a way to it's betting to hedge your bets. If you're a Browns fan, you have to know it's not gonna go well on Sunday or Monday or Thursday. But you can put a ridiculous parlay on the Browns not doing well, and then when that parlay hits, you could be like, "I lost, but I also won." Even with the woke stuff, we accepted that, where, like, it was for the good of the players, so at least it had a utility. Like, the NFL was doing it for the players to say, like, "Hey, you know, we know that there are these people who are saying that, like, this is essentially a updated version of, you know, like, buying and selling human beings because you trade players and you spend money on them to essentially buy them." And, you know, like, back when Colin Kaepernick was just getting free money because people felt guilty, there would be mini series attacking the NFL about that. So, like, all of us were like, "Yeah, fine, paint end racism in the end zone." Like, I would love for us to do that, and it doesn't distract from it. Like, you know, Travis Kelce doesn't score a touchdown, and then the cameraman doesn't zoom over to end racism in the end zone. It just exists there, like, sort of in the background. But the NFL actively does do things to make their fan base angry to get, like, one random woke guy in Portland to tune into it. Whether it's having like that Doris Burke equivalent calling games or having male cheerleaders, they're just things that I would bet 99% of the fan base hates that the NFL inserts into the product. But then I also know that I'm like the 1% of NFL fans who are like, yay, Blondie, look at how happy she is. And it like fills my heart with joy to see her. Like she gets her little outfit. I think like Juszczyk's wife or girlfriend would make like cute custom outfits for the wags, like the wives and girlfriends in the NFL. And that part I think is really fun. But like I was saying before, like I'm the guy who also listens to like the Fifth Ward Boys on hip hop albums and then also wants to talk to you about Gemma Ward when she walked for Alexander McQueen and she had like an entire bird's nest in her hair. Like I'm a strange individual. And so, I'll accept this trade-off in the end. They can boo Blondie and I'll boo Bad Bunny, and in the end, maybe that equals out. Anyways, back to the disaster of the Super Bowl. During the game, I tweeted a screenshot of one of my texts from my friend Caitlin, where Caitlin was like, BS, penalties have already started. And I was like, what does the NFL gain by fixing these games for Patty? And then Caitlin responded, not Patty, T-Swift. And I responded, oh, in that case, I think that was a great call. Fantastic jobs by the refs for keeping it fair. So, like, ultimately I declared, whatever makes Blondie happy. I was just gonna, all right, yeah, have your football dynasty as long as I get to see Blondie just dancing with the box seats with Mama Kelsey. The Chiefs' performance in the Super Bowl was a two-pack of ass. So when the Chiefs were already out of the game, and it was like the first quarter, I tweeted, Taylor is going to get the ick from this game. Matty Healy, turn your location back on. Nothing more needs to be said about that humiliation. Like, Jalen Hurts could have read the lyrics to So High School at the goal line in the fourth quarter, and it wouldn't have been as embarrassing as the Chiefs' play in that game. Moving on to the 19th of February, I posted a picture of a girl who has the most thinspo waist I've seen, and she was wearing a t-shirt that said, Daddy, I love him, in like block text. And I asked, wait, is Blondie releasing TTPD Matty Healy situationship merch to get his attention after the Super Bowl ick? And I was riding pretty high off the failure of Taylor's new boyfriend when Taylor's old boyfriend was only succeeding. He was only having a great time. Matty Healy booked Glastonbury, one of his dreams, and I was so happy for it. My guy just was really thriving, and I was mostly focused on him until on the 2nd of March, I did get a little nostalgic, and I wrote, missing her, and then in parentheses, I specified, her is mad as hell Blondie at the piano during the Eras tour being pissed off as public therapy. And then I put together this amazing thread of various pissed off performances that when I was writing a script for this, like I went back and I saw the thread and I clicked on the first video and then I clicked on another and another and another. And I ended up watching all of the Eras tour videos just because there were so many times where she sat at that piano, mad as hell at a man and just unleashed on him. It was beautiful. The only other post I made in March that mentioned the Swiftieverse was during the Oscars red carpet when I tweeted, I'm an obsessive Swiftie, and this is the first time I've heard Joe Alwyn speak outside of a Yorgos or a Corbet movie. I've heard Meredith speak more than Joe when he was with Blondie. Joe's least favorite Taylor album has got to be Speak Now. And then I really dedicated myself in March and April to not hyperfixate on her, but then I got baited back on May 5th, and I was doing a revisit of Midnights, and I tweeted a screenshot to the lyrics that I took while I was listening to it, and it was Taylor singing, you know how scared I am of elevators, never trust it fast if it rises, it can't last, oh no, I'm falling in love again. And then I added the caption, when she forgives you for your performance anxiety. Then I responded to that post with, I spy with my tired little eye, tired as a firefly, a pebble that we picked up last July, down deep in your pocket. We almost forgot it. Does it ever miss Miklo sometimes? Oh, oh. And then I provided the caption. These are the type of references I geographically understand now that I'm hyperfixated on Sally Rooney. And there'll be no further comment on that past hyperfixation. Just be thankful I haven't done a Sally pod yet. Like, you can glean how much sympathy I have for Marxists based on my Southland Tales adaptation, so I decided to spare us both that podcast. But, however, if we ever are on a first date together and you do mention Sally Rooney, boy, do I have some hot takes for you. No one was engaging with my May tweets, and I also wasn't losing any followers, so I figured to push it a little further and do more lyric analysis, and I was like, but also, is Blondie referring to an engagement ring there? Did she get engaged in Ireland? Is the pebble we picked up last July actually a ring? Did she forget it because she married him with paper rings? She actually did kind of love emasculating Joe Alwyn with talking shit about how little he could afford to give her. And this sent me into fantasy mode, and so I wrote, imagining Joe Alwyn begging Emma Stone to loan him $40,000 so he can get Blondie the engagement ring she wants in hopes she will stop writing songs about how broke he is. Instead of being on good behavior, I took the bait again on May 17th when someone posted the Bad Blood video as though it was like beloved by Swifties and wasn't considered an overproduced jambalaya of Vivo excess that pretty much only existed so Taylor could beat the Friendless allegations, where she's like, girl squad, as she sits home alone in her apartment finishing off the third bottle of wine. It's like when I go out once a month and take 44 pictures and then just be like, oh, bustling social life. So many friends, so little time. And then for the other 29 days of the month, it's just me staring at my reflection. Like, you never deserve love. You're a broken human being. Like, that's what the Bad Blood music video is. I'll pay for your airfare if you show up and pretend we're friends. And so I quoted the fawning tweet over Bad Blood, and I said, the pandering of Rep and Lover back-to-back is the type of artistic humiliation that causes one to be like, there is no Taylor version of this because Taylor now looks down on this desperate stranger, this freakish girl who did this. I then pondered how she could fix Bad Blood if she was going to do Reputation Taylor's version, and I wrote, Blondie knows, deep down, in her soul, the only way to make a 2025 Bad Blood Taylor's version is to remove Kendrick NPR and add Ye. It would actually be something meaningful instead of lining up half acquaintances, as Joseph Kahn spent millions on the thesis. What if Spy Kids starred Us Weekly tabloid fodder and Lena Dunham? After I had fully watched the video just to make sure I wasn't imagining how pathetic it was, I was even madder. And so I wrote, she really had femcel Hayley Williams just hanging out on set while she asked Kendrick Lamar for a lifeless feature on Bad Blood. She'd asked the girl who melted her brain with manic panic to stand alongside her as she railed against, I don't even remember who she was dissing on that song. It certainly wasn't someone interesting to the point that she was like, what would be the perfect compliment for this type of diss song? Oh, I know. John Green's favorite rapper. Revisiting Reputation era really allowed me to back off my hyperfixation, because even thinking about Hayley Williams and her long legs looking ass, it makes me just turn off music and touch grass. I go outside and the only music I hear is reggaeton thumping out of cars because I live in New Jersey. And so I lost the nostalgia at this point, and there was nothing really new happening with the Swiftieverse. So on May 20th, I simply tweeted, I'm bored of everything. Someone convinced Taylor Swift to get the box tattooed on her arm. And of course, Taylor didn't do this, but I also view tattoos on beautiful women in the same way I view stop oil protesters smearing oil on priceless works of art. So I appreciate that Taylor had restraint here and didn't get her 1975 box tattoo. And in a fantastic flourish, during the time I was bored, Matty and his beautiful dream fiancée, Gabriette, got engaged. And I was absolutely obsessed with them as a couple. And I made sure not to mention Blondie at all when I hyperfixated on them, because the only way she could be relevant to the conversation is to create like a countdown clock for when she would get engaged in retribution for Maddie's engagement. And okay, this is coming out before Halloween. And so if you have a moment right now, give up on this review. I know I haven't reviewed a single track, but you can come back to it. This will always be there. There is an amazing piece of Halloween content out right now. Like if you're listening to this at any point, you can watch it at any point because it's like one of my favorite pieces of content of 2025. But go to YouTube and type in "Feeding Starving Celebrities" featuring Gabriette. And what you will find, as long as Taylor hasn't issued enough like takedown requests for it and had her lawyers like petition YouTube, is a video by Quinlan Blackwell. And who, if you don't know who she is, just know that she's a very hot black chick. Like that's the only, origin story you need for her. Do you want to look at her in a cat suit? Well, she's going to be in a cat suit. And in this video that I've already watched multiple times in the past 9 days since it premiered, it has it all. Hot babes, Halloween costumes, binge drinking, Halloween ambiance. You could not craft something in a lab more suited to all of my passions. Like honestly, if I had to choose between the pleasure that YouTube video has brought me and the pleasure that the life of a showgirl has brought me, well, draw your own conclusions. I could probably do a reaction podcast just to that video that is longer than this podcast. In this podcast, I was like, don't worry, it's not going to be an hour and a half of recaps before I actually talk about a first song. I'm looking at the little time thing like on my computer screen in Audacity. It's got a little timer and it's going to be an hour and a half before I review the first song. I don't know myself when I'm writing these. I'm like, what type of loser would turn on the Grammys and then I'm like, oh, and here's 4 paragraphs about my thoughts of when I watch the Grammys. Like, what type of loser would spend another hour and a half just recounting his own tweets about Blondie? And then here we are. We still got a couple more paragraphs. It's still only June and this album came out in October, so fuck. All right, in June, I had only one slip up by vaguely mentioning Blondie because I tweeted, embarrassingly, I used the Instagram Explore page and it's constantly showed me these Madeline RG posts. And so I watched all of her reels, like all of them. Before I go to bed, I'm just like, let's see what Madeline's up to. Oh, she's heartbroken again. Oh, she's been betrayed severely. Let's see how she's reacting to it. Oh, poorly? Let's watch another. Oh, reacting poorly? Let's see if she's got a podcast. And then listen to all her podcast episodes. But in doing so, I looked up her lore and I learned that Ice Spice broke up her relationship. And that's why I tweeted, Miss Poopy is a key player in the dissolution of my OTP, Matty and Taylor, and then also broke up Central C and Madeline RG. Ice Spice is a relationship Black Widow. Like, I know she's not getting any more invites to those Chiefs games. You know Travis has got a little hunger for... It's like, oh, it's been a while since I've had a nice chocolate bar. This white chocolate is delicious, but that dark chocolate, oh, let it melt in my mouth. And like Ice Spice would be like the perfect gateway to go back in there, like not full on, he's not all the way to Quinlan yet, but pulling him back, a weak moment and, dipping his toe back in the little end. So yeah, that friendship is over. I think before we proceed into the review, there are some non-tweet hot items that I need to make you aware of that occurred since the last time we spoke, or I guess like since the last time you listened and I rambled like someone who should be institutionalized next to Hayley Williams and Selena Gomez, if not for Grandpa Reagan signing the Mental Health Systems Act of 1980, which did away with where we would normally keep Hayley Williams and Selena Gomez. So now they're just out in public meeting Taylor for lunch. Like that, if Grandpa Reagan didn't sign the Mental Health Systems Act of 1980, they would start doing ice raids on Hayley Williams, Selena Gomez, and Taylor Swift's brunches to be like, we got to get them back to the institution. All of that was just to preface why I'm giving you this timeline. And the event that shapes the life of a showgirl is that Taylor Swift got engaged to wash tight end Travis Kelce. Actually, in my script, it said, one major storyline in the Swiftyverse was Taylor's engagement to Travis Kelce. I'm reporting on this in the most blank way possible, as I find this is a civil way to address this news, and the post announcing the engagement currently has, as of this writing, 37,615,816 likes. I cannot afford to alienate that many people with my thoughts on this engagement, as I am a starving writer who needs to appeal to pretty much anyone who still actually reads. So that was a more diplomatic version of her getting engaged to a washed tight end who should have retired last year. On August 26th, Taylor posted pictures of her engagement that happened immediately after she was on the New Heights podcast, and she provided the caption, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." And I actually listened to the full podcast where Travis laid out how he put this surprise engagement together. After they filmed the pod, they walked into a fully made up garden, perfect for engagement photos. And if I wasn't scared of alienating 37,615,816 potential readers of my novels, I would say that this entire scheduling situation has the exact same vibe as the Hall of Fame Donald Trump tweet that he sent about Elizabeth Warren, where I'm not sure if you remember the tweet, but I'll describe it for you. Trump is commenting on a Twitter video where Elizabeth Warren, who is then campaigning for president, and she did a Twitter live of her drinking a beer with her husband. And the Trump tweet read, "Best line in the Elizabeth Warren beer catastrophe is to her husband, 'Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here.'" And then Trump goes, "It's their house. He's supposed to be there." And that's how I feel about Travis packing in this podcast where she announces the album and their engagement into a single afternoon. Like, why did it have to be planned as though Taylor wasn't going to see him again for like months? Like, this is how a PR company would put like, this is how Ice Spice and Ben Affleck film a Dunkin' Donuts commercial. They're like, we got to do 3 commercials, Ben. Ice, we need you there. We're flying Ice Spice down from Alaska to Boston so we can record this commercial and 2 more. We got 1 for the Super Bowl. We got Jeremy Strong method acting in a pot of beans. He's going to do some Apocalypse Now shit. We got to film 3 commercials this afternoon. Like, why is it booked like that? I would hope that the connection between Taylor and her now fiance would be that so that they could schedule 1 on Tuesday and 1 on Wednesday. Like, that seems feasible, right? And I know that there'll be some Swiftie saying, well, she had to get her makeup done and she had to make sure that the fillers lined up correctly. And if she had done it another time, she might have been puffy and then they would have to redo the engagement. And there's nothing magical about that. You can't write a song about like the second time we got engaged because the first time we got engaged, I still had some puffiness in my cheeks from the filler that hadn't quite settled yet. That's not a good song. But it also would be more interesting than some of the songs that are. We're not even there yet. I'm going to hold back. We'll continue going through the milestones. All right, so speaking of being at Travis's house, in September of this year, a man was arrested for hopping Travis's fence to try to serve him with legal papers. And this is regarding the entire homemade mess that Blake Lively ruined her career with. Like, honestly, it's perfect. Like, her annoying husband has his own soccer team, and his wife is the queen of own goals. Like, this is the most own goal situation you ever could have had. You could have put out your little book talk movie and it would have done okay at the box office and it would have been instantly forgotten and you could have just moved on to the next project. Or you could have people hopping Travis Kelce's fence to serve him with legal papers because you and your husband are narcissists. Then again, I can't really be sure this guy actually was serving papers because he got arrested at like 2 a.m. But that's actually a great lie, though. Like, I need to start using that for when I drunkenly, like, show up at my situation's apartment and they'll be like, why are you here at 2 a.m.? And I'll just say that Blake Lively is suing her roommate and I'm there to serve legal papers. And no one would be like, wait, why is Blake Lively suing a random girl from New Jersey? Because, like, the threshold for that, all it would take is for the roommate to have, like, insinuated that Blake has marble mouth when she delivers lines. And, like, that suit would be as good as filed. And then they'd be like, okay, Ryan, there's a setback in that there were 6 seasons of Gossip Girl, and almost every line that your wife delivers in Gossip Girl, she does so with marble mouth. Like, she doesn't enunciate these lines. Her and Lonely Boy will be having like an emotional moment and she'll be like talking into her shoulder. And Ryan will be like, okay, guys, you got me. All right, I'm not going to file a suit. And then at 2 a.m. he gets on the phone and he'll be like, jump over this New Jersey girl's gate, get into her house, serve her with the legal papers, with extreme prejudice. And that's not the only lawsuit news. We also had Kimberly Marasco, Marasco. We'll just call her Kim. So Kim sued Taylor's publishing company, claiming that over the span of 4 albums, Taylor had plagiarized her. Among the songs she claims to have been ripped off on, she mentions The Man. And I just gotta say, if someone alleged that I wrote the lyrics to The Man, I would sue them for defamation. I would call up Ryan Reynolds and be like, all right, bro, I need the 2 a.m. team. I need some doors kicked in. Someone claimed that I wrote the lyrics to The Man. Like, if someone told me, oh, I saw your name in the liner notes in the Taylor album, I would be like, really, you did? They'd be like, yeah, it was in Lover. Says you wrote the lyrics to The Man. I would put that person in a legal hell so impossible to get out of that they would have to issue a public apology for ever hinting I was somehow involved in creating such a narcissistic and out-of-touch piece of shit like The Man. But I think it's the perfect legal defense. Taylor's lawyers could be like, Your Honor, Kimberly claimed that she was ripped off when Taylor was writing lyrics to The Man. And the judge would look at her and would be like, death penalty. She wrote the lyrics to The Man, put her in solitary confinement for 100 years. Consecutive life sentences. That song sucks ass. In actuality, the suit was thrown out of court. And I mean, I think that's good. Think about, like, imagine, if you will, a tiny, hot topic, red-haired girl who claimed publishing on the most successful female artist of her time because a hook sounded a little bit like her only hit. Like, you would look at that woman and you would say, man, that's a real piece of shit. And so I think it's a good legal precedent. Or, like, imagine you wrote a song called, like, I don't know, Gruel Bummer. And in Gruel Bummer, there is like a bridge, and it's not a particularly remarkable song by any means. And you heard something that vaguely sounded like Gruel Bummer, and maybe someone even said like, oh yeah, that was a bit of an inspiration. And so you went to this little girl and you demanded her publishing. It would take a real piece of shit to do that. And so I'm glad this Kimberly girl wasn't able to take Taylor's publishing. And in other ownership struggle news, Blondie bought back her masters after completing one of the greatest heists on the middle class since NAFTA. Anytime someone puts out an inferior and redundant product, I always think of this tweet that I wrote back when the Taylor versions were coming out. And the tweet goes, you fucking idiots. Conned out of your money for the same shit again, I say to my bros as they pay to download the latest FIFA or Madden. And then I laugh as I put the needle down on my $60 1989 Taylor's version vinyl. So yeah, she pulled that whole thing off. Like, you know how there's always like the heist imagery? Remember when the other Taylor Lautner appeared in that like heist video? We had no idea that it was like taking the middle class's money for a thing that is now meaningless. Like, there's no reason for the Taylor versions to exist now, except it was an exceptional money printing endeavor. You know how Margot Robbie's making her own Oceans movie? It should just be about Taylor version. That's what Taylor can direct. Taylor can direct Oceans 14 about how she robs the middle class with her Taylor versions. I need to get this idea to her. And then I will not sue her if she takes the idea, because you can't force someone to give you money just because something is a little bit like something else. It's a really immature thing to do. Like, imagine I was the type of person who goes on podcasts and complains about how unfair the music industry is for women, and then I punished a woman. That would be super unfair. And so that's why, Taylor, enjoy Oceans 14 with beautiful Margot Robbie, who is in love with me. Go back, check the Babylon tapes on that. And that's also why I'm feeling so charitable about this idea. Okay, Deb, I gotta start this review. I'm sorry, it wasn't supposed to be an hour and a half of pre-commentary on this. Here are the facts about Taylor Swift's 12th album, which is titled The Life of a Showgirl. It was released on October 3rd via Republic Records. The album was produced by Max Martin in Shellback. The songs bridge genres between, I would say, pop, soft rock, and there's a bit of electronic music in there. The album is a trim 41 minutes and 40 seconds, and it contains 12 tracks. The album can be purchased on CD at taylorswift.com for $12.99, and it comes with a 19-inch poster, or you can buy the vinyl. There's a version called the Vanilla Perfume Portofino Orange Glitter Vinyl, which will cost you $29.99 plus shipping. Just like we did on the Tortured Poets podcast, we're going to go through the album track by track. I'll share my reaction to each song, along with any analysis that may enhance your listening experience. And, just as many of the songs on Tortured Poets got a short shrift on the podcast, a couple of these songs won't have very much commentary accompanying them. Interpret that how you may. And at the time of writing this script, I only had a week to listen to the album. So there's a chance that my passion for these songs will grow. And, maybe down the line, I'll do a I'm Sorry for Not Seeing Your Beauty podcast where I'll re-review Taylor songs from Tortured Poets and from The Life of a Showgirl that may gain importance in my life as I find new or unique ways to self-sabotage. And so I'll relate to Taylor in a way that I never have before. You have the history, you have the details on the album, and now let's hop in to the actual content. The album starts with The Fate of Ophelia. In the moment I heard the piano keys, I was hopeful that this song would be something that Blondie could strip down for the tour, because, like I said, when she sits at that piano, mad as hell, playing her heart out, there's nothing like it in the world. These dreams are almost immediately dashed, though, because the song quickly reveals that we're not doing a stripped-down piano ballad for this one. The lyrics are about as deep as a thimble. This is like a Carly Rae Jepsen song. And, just in case my increasingly bizarre personality is making you unsure of what exactly that means, I'm a fan of Carly Rae Jepsen. I think Cut to the Feeling is one of the 10 greatest pop songs of the 2010s. So, I'm not immediately starting this out as disrespect. I'm just saying that, you can't strip down Fate of Ophelia. It's not one of those songs. It's surface, surface, surface. And in the first verse, The Fate of Ophelia details someone coming into the protagonist's life and saving them from a closed-off and dreary existence that they almost resigned themselves to. If the protagonist of this song is Taylor, it would be very funny to consider that she would exist without a man in her life for any substantial period of time. Like, you know how everyone uses that great Azealia Banks Instagram story where she's like, album is canceled. I need some time to relax and bounce on dick. I'll release new music when I feel like it. It's such a classic Instagram story that like almost every fan base, regardless of if the artist is a woman or not, they use that Banks meme if they haven't had new music in a while. But no one ever in the history of the internet, swiftie or otherwise, has used that meme for Taylor, because for Taylor, bouncing on dick is part of the creative process, and she won't release new music when she feels like it. She'll release new music when it's been a year. Does she have something new to say? No. Music's coming. Is there a song that is topical and must come out at this exact moment? Nope. Music's coming. Does she have a collaboration she's scared people will find out about? It's super secret and it's a surprise? Nope. Music's coming. Are her fans begging for more, saying, it's been so long, we're starving out here? Nope. Music's coming. Like, album is never canceled. She's always bouncing on dick, and she'll release new music now. Anyways, if this song is about Taylor, if this is biographical, then I like the idea where she references a megaphone. And that could sort of be interpreted as Travis on his podcast where he was like sort of propositioning Taylor, where he said like, oh, I got my like swiftie bracelets, my friendship bracelets to exchange. Like, you know, he definitely got into the friendship bracelet because like Lover is an album tuned to his speed. But then also there are like lyrics sort of about this being like a ladies' man or something like that. And like Travis isn't a ladies' man. He just likes to bang black chicks. Like, so I guess this is sort of like world building where like the, you know, football player loves the cheerleader. And so she needs to set that up. Like everyone's cheering for the football player and maybe now she can finally wear short shorts and like the only t-shirt she owns is like a Chiefs t-shirt now. So it's updating a love story, I suppose. And I must say that when the hook hits, you instantly know it's one of the biggest on the album. But it also contains, don't say fatalistic imagery, don't say fatalistic imagery, spooky season pizzazz, with the idea that the protagonist is being dug up out of her grave. And then there's like a literary allusion to Ophelia, which lines up with how Taylor referred to herself as our English teacher. And like, since Hamlet is widely read in schools around the country, and like one would hope that Taylor's literary references wouldn't begin and end with Shakespeare as they have for record upon record upon record now. Like maybe in Delicate, you could make an argument that she's referencing This Side of Paradise, but like you're still not leaving the English room to grab that book. Like one would sort of question Blondie's understanding of Ophelia, but maybe with just figures like that, you sort of get to interpret them in their own ways. I probably interpret Fitzgerald's characters to be less pathetic than other people interpret them because I'm like Fitzgerald's characters. And so I'm like, no, this guy's not pathetic. Totally cool. The Romantic Egoist, that sounds like a great book that'll sell a ton of copies. Oh, no one's buying his book? I think Anthony is one of the most relatable guys on the block. So maybe we interpret characters based on how we see ourselves as them. Maybe that's why I'm so obsessed with Matty Healy, because he just like me for real, but then he also starts fucking Notes on a Conditional Form with Greta, and not the good one, not Gerwig. Imagine how much better that would have been if Matty Healy got Greta Gerwig to do the opening track on Notes. I think if Matty Healy does a Matty's version of Notes on a Conditional Form, Greta Gerwig needs to be the opening track. Did you hear that story about how Travis like walked up to some guy's wife and just started like he just thought it was Greta Gerwig and he's like, yo, Hannah Takes the Stairs, that shit is banging. People will say, oh, Mark Duplass is just a weird pervert for casting you in that and living out his own fantasies, and like Joe Swanberg is just making masturbatory films, but like, no, that's a banger right there. Shot on DV, looks like shit, but hey, still awesome. And the woman just had to be like, okay, yeah, like, I guess it's a defining accomplishment in mumblecore, but didn't really last. And did Joe Swanberg get Me Too'd? I haven't seen that motherfucker in a while. Like, she just left him with no options, and then like he just went over and like danced with Greta Gerwig and was just like, "Hey, lady, what's up?" Like, just yeah, he's a himbo. Like, she just charged it to the game there. Is he a himbo? Yeah, that's total himbo behavior, but I love him. And God bless her. Shouldn't we all be as apologetic for that? Could have been worse. He could have walked up to some Swedish midget and asked her to be on the first track of this album. All right, back to the first track of this album. One of the, I would say, frustrating parts about the songwriting on this track, and then later on in the album, is that Taylor shoehorns unremarkable lines in. Like, I could understand if it's a banger line and you just got to shoehorn it in there. There's no way around it. But like, this line is so good. Like, there's a line where she's like, I might have lingered in purgatory. Like, it feels like a song written in Notes app. And if she wrote these down on a piece of paper, I think she would be able to look at this sentence and go like, purgatory doesn't fit here. Or I need to put a longer part in that first verse because this looks and sounds like shit. So if she wrote these lyrics down, or better yet, used a typewriter, then she would see how clunky this is. Like, it's very amateurish work. But it's also one of those things where like maybe the hook just carries you through and she's like, who gives a fuck about the verses? But also, do a second draft. Put in the smallest amount of effort. And I guess like the whispery bridge on it is nice, but like how many key metaphors are we going to sit through during her career? In Getaway Car, when she said, put the money in the bag and I stole the keys, Blondie wasn't lying. She had a bag full of keys, and she's been adding these keys to her lyrics like she's laundering them. But then again, I think if I was being the straight male Swiftie and I was defending her, I would say that this whispery bridge and the key thing is actually a response to the hook to I hate it here. And if that's the case, then at least she's like going back to back with using this language, like record to record with that, where if this is a response or like the protagonist is moving past I hate it here, I'll give you that. I'll hand over the key. I'll put the key in the bag. You don't have to steal it. I'll just give you the bag. But other than that, you know, it's a crowd-pleasing opener. It doesn't really set the mood for an album. It doesn't prepare the listener for what they're about to go through. If the heroine gets saved in the opening scene without establishing any peril, you're gonna have to come up with a better villain arc than your ex-boyfriend's much cooler friends. Like, if you're the cheerleader, you can't be like, and they bullied me. It goes mean to me. She gave my ex-boyfriend a high five. We'll get there, though. We're not there yet. We're only on track 1. And because this is the lead single, there was a music video. And at the time of writing this script, in 1 week, it's already been watched 57 million times. And you can say, all right, well, everyone knows that we're botting these numbers. It has 1.3 million thumbs up. So like 1.3 million unique accounts watched this video and said, hell yeah. Was I one of those 1.3 million? I retain my right to privacy. Don't you think that's very intrusive for you to ask me that? I don't ask what you do on your phone. Like, how could a girl be watching this much short form video content, not sure, but not going to ask what you're watching, because you might start sending me reels. The video also has 61,755 YouTube comments. And I scrolled through the comments, and these are real people. There was not an Indian man in the comments section. I mean, were there brands trying to get exposure in there? There were. But there are also real people. There are little girls. They're like, I'm so Ophelia. And so I'll describe the video to you. It begins sliding through a beautiful theater. And it takes us to the famous painting by John Edward Milius. And then we enter the painting. And Blondie is the subject of the painting. But then the background gets wheeled away, and we follow Blondie as she enters other frames. She's a painting within a painting. And this is possibly a comment that Shakespeare's art had been then turned into Blondie's art. And it's like two masters at work. Or like she's the artist and the work of art. We leave the set and then enter a backstage of a Vegas showgirl review. Taylor's hair is now Marilyn blonde, and her high knee looks incredible in a red beaded outfit. The downside of this outfit is that Taylor is wearing, as she always does, those awful skin-colored tights. I know that women wear these tights to keep everything smoothed out, but as a man, this is like the visual equivalent of listening to Lover. Like it oozes anti-sex. And it's like only appealing to gays or like girls who have like lots of trauma about their cellulite, but they like don't even want to see it represented. They're not like, oh, she's just like me. They're like, no, she's covering it up too. I bet she probably has it. We're like, guess what? You all do. So I watched the only featured artist on this album, Sabrina Carpenter, on SNL, and it would have been like the perfect time for her to put on the anti-sex leggings, but she's like dancing in her quote-unquote room during this SNL performance, and she's just wearing underwear, and you just like see her little midget legs as they are, and like even though that is not an interest of mine, you know, like I like a Blondie sized leg, I still was like, ooh, this is a little sexy, because you could like actually see a girl there. It wasn't just like, oh, here's your fembot, you know? And so later on, we'll listen to a track that is Taylor reacting to talking about how everyone views her as sexless. And I think she doesn't understand that like these leggings are sexless. These leggings are the equivalent of listening to Lover. Like no one listened to Lover and was like, ooh, it's time to get it on. They're like, oof, I used to love this girl. My point is, we want to see some texture. Give us something. You don't understand the male brain. We can fetishize the thing that you're most insecure about. We were given this gift of perversion. Like, that's why the species goes on. Because we're like, ooh, damn, look at her cellulite. Instead of like, oh, look at her beautiful, boring Barbie legs. There's an animalistic thing there. Moving on, we go from backstage to the stage, as Dark Taylor, in a black wig, does some lackluster hand dancing, and there's like a corny kaleidoscope effect that's applied. When the second verse begins, we're on like a pirate ship, and the staging is like so restrictive that we're begging Blondie to walk the plank just so she can get to a more interesting set. And we get our desire, and we're transported to Taylor in a bejeweled swim cap framed in a life preserver as like a metaphor, I guess. And there's a teal Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend set that also seems to restrict Blondie's movement. And we don't get any real dancing from her here. And like at this point, she can't figure out the transition device to get her to the next set piece. So like during the bridge, it's just a clapboard that shows us that we're seeing a scene from Sequins Are Forever featuring an alter ego named Kitty Finlay. And they're at like take 100. And then it just like, because she couldn't think of the transition to do it, it just sends us over to Dark Taylor, and she's like wrapped in ropes, but not in a bondage way. Like it's all just as sexless as her leggings are. And she gives up on the rope idea almost instantly, like to the point that it serves no purpose at all, where I think so much of her creative output could be helped by either anyone else being involved in it or just a second draft where she would be like, what am I trying to say here? This is like, there's no transition to this scene. It lasts for like 2 seconds and then we're just on to the next. Like, there's no purpose in any of this. It needs to be removed and then we need to expand another scene. Like, it would be nice if we danced on the Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend set instead of just like stood there. But after we leave Kitty, then we get to the grand finale where we finally see the showgirl. But again, like, she only hand dances before she like goes backstage with her Era's aura, and she gets in a bathtub like that naked elderly lady in The Shining, and then the video ends. And so like, yeah, I bet the video was expensive and like it elicits the type of reaction, like the official YouTube channel offers a bland statement like, Taylor, the showgirl you are. That's what this is like working with, is like a brand doing a stereotypical nonsense stan comment in the comment section of a video that looks like it cost a lot of money, but ultimately doesn't really entertain, but then must entertain if 57 million people have watched it in the last week. So you can not deny that this song is an extremely successful single. It's being used on Instagram Reels, and it's popping up on TV, and it accomplishes exactly what a song like this needs to accomplish. It's not a good album opener, but there's no real cohesion to the work in this, so you don't need to create an album opener that sort of introduces you to a world, because there's not really a world built by this music. I've come to accept after all these listens that this is not it's not like a jewel that pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure created. It's just 12 songs. And so that was a long time for the first song. The second song is going to be just as long. Track 2 is called Elizabeth Taylor. And when I first got the track list from Blondie, this was my most anticipated song. Like, I love Starlets and I love Elizabeth Taylor. And the song had the potential to be about falling in love with someone in stages your whole life. Like, Liz had, 8 marriages, but she only had 1 Richard Burton. He was 2 of those marriages. That was that LOML for her. And since in my Tinder, I do say that I will be the Matty Healy to your Taylor Swift, and even when things don't work out between us, I'll still hold out the belief that someday we'll end up together, and I'll send little signs indicating of such, and if we no longer speak, then this would be like a little sign that Taylor is doing towards Matty, because she's saying like, you're my Richard Burton. Yeah, we broke up. Yeah, we're gonna get married again. That was so exciting for me. All of this was in my delusional little head. Like this little head that might be too small for my body. That's why I have long hair. Probably have a little pea head. Probably could be in a Beetlejuice movie. But that's what goes on inside it. Was any of this correct? The answer is absolutely not. Has nothing to do with Matty Healy. I wanna die. Like, I'm Matty Healy's strongest soldier in the way that, like, that second lieutenant in the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II, who, like, continued fighting 29 years after the war's end. That's me. That's how I'm Matty Healy's strongest soldier. Everyone is telling me the war is over, and I'm just like, oh, you have no idea. The war is raging. But it's like, sorry I'm a soft-hearted boy. Sorry I'm a real yearner. Sorry my love language is coded messages we exchange from a distance forever. Sorry you're closed off. Sorry you don't believe in a literary affair. Sorry you will never return to someone who saw you just as you saw them. Like, I feel bad for you. And honestly, the song, Elizabeth Taylor, begins with the lyrics, Elizabeth Taylor, do you think it's forever? And do you know what Matty Healy sings in his hit song About You? Do you think I have forgotten. One may say that this is not a reference to About You, but I might say the war's still going on and I'm in the trenches, man. Or one also might say, like, this is a pointless exercise, like asking questions in a song, but these questions matter to people who are looking for the answers. Maybe you're not looking for the answers. Track 2 continues as our protagonist bemoans that all the guys who'd promised they'd stay withered under bright lights, which is actually a bullshit thing to say if our protagonist is Blondie, because Taylor handled the Adam Friedland Show scandal not like a lover, but like a girl boss. Like, oh, but he ghosted her. He ghosted her because she left him for fucking dead. At some point, a man needs to have some self-respect. At some point, a girl needs to tell her little cardigan army to put as much time in on the treadmill as they do in their TikToks about Taylor's LOML and about how he's problematic. Like, you withered away under the bright lights, Blondie. Because of you. You wanted to sell some, like, shitty cover songs in 1989, and so you couldn't let Matty's name stay on the vinyl. God forbid. You guys actually acknowledge each other. Oh, just use them for 42 songs. But no, you couldn't actually talk to your fans and be like, I care about this. I don't have these same purity tests that you losers have. But you were too much of a girl boss to even do that. And now look who you're stuck with. Enjoy it. Inspired a really great record, Taylor. And I'll just say, that event showed a true cowardice of the soul. And now she's going to paint herself as victim again. Like, add it to the, if you're going to write a Taylor Swift thesis, might as well do artist as the victim. Under bright lights, he withered. Did he? Really? Like, you're going to end up like Elizabeth Taylor, divorced twice to the same guy. And it'll be like a 51st day situation, but it's because that the guy you marry has CTE and so he can't remember who you are. Anyways, this is my favorite song on the album. It's really good. I love it. I put it on my autumn 2025 Spotify playlist, where if you look up spotify.com/tjamesreagan, you can get all of my playlists for my entire life. And this is on the fall playlist, so I really like it. Like, it hits a second gear moment the moment Blondie says goodbye. And then there's like almost like a Dr. Dre flourish as the opening lines of the song return, but with so much more power and meaning. Although after the refrain from the beginning, Taylor sings, "Been number one, I've never had number two." Like, if Travis goes on the Adam Friedland Show and merely tried to have fun and made a similar joke as Matty, then Taylor would have to put Ice Spice in the Elizabeth Taylor remix, and she'd have to listen to Ice Spice, rap like, "Been number one, but I'm Miss Poopy number two." Like, Taylor would just have to sit there and nod her wig at this because, like, she can't tell off Stacy in accounting that she just wants to have a boyfriend who sometimes acts like a man and doesn't act like a PMC girl boss every day of his life. Like, she'd have to be like, hey, your identity politics have been voted out of American society. Like, your entire ideology is in the grave and no one is coming to pull it out. Like, we're letting Ophelia rot in this situation. But she'd never do that because she needs money. My little pay pegs. I can't offend my little pay pegs by defending the guy who's been in love with me and falling in love with me in stages his whole life. I might lose sales on my $60 hairbrush if I defend the love of my life. But anyways, this is my favorite song on the album. So when the "All My White Diamonds and Lovers Last Forever" hits, it evokes the same sensation as like when your Walkman's running out of batteries. Like, I know none of you understand what that is unless you're like someone who knows me. And I'm probably going to post this on my Instagram for like the first Instagram post since like the pandemic, just because I think some people think I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. And I need to prove that like I exist to other people, because now that like people are like, I used AI to write a book in 3 days. So it's like, it takes me 6 months and I have to do it all by just writing it down. Just my own stupid little brain who comes up with all these stupid little podcasts are also coming up with stupid little novels. And so I need to prove I exist and that I'm not just like a bot. But for all of you who are like Gen Z or who are like Swifties, there was this thing called a Walkman. And so, when you buy those cassette tapes just to like put on your mantle or whatever in your Swiftie shrine, those cassette tapes would go into, have you ever seen a portable CD player? Probably not. Okay, so how could I do this? So imagine like an iPhone case, but the case fully enclosed around that cassette tape that you bought from Taylor Swift for probably like $20 and then have no purpose to listen to it at all. So imagine an iPhone case going around that. And then imagine plugging in headphones. So back in the day, we used to have to plug in headphones. And the headphones had a cord, and you would plug it into what looked like an iPhone case that went all around the cassette. And then in the case, you would have to put 2 AA batteries, which you probably still use for your vibrator. I don't know. They're probably not putting lithium batteries in vibrators, if I had to guess, just because, like, you think that, like, lady who had the hot coffee who fused her labia together was in trouble. Imagine a lithium battery in one of those things where it's just, you got a entire 4th of July just shooting out of one of your orifices. So you're probably still using batteries of some sort. So those type of batteries, they're in the iPhone case that goes around the cassette. And then you have headphones that have a cord and they're plugged into this thing. And little wheels turn within that fully enclosed iPhone case, and then it spools black tape, which is like very sensitive. It could snap, and that has the music on it. And so when the batteries ran down, those little wheels wouldn't turn as quickly, and then it would make the music sound slower. The song sort of slows down with the All My White Diamonds and Lovers Forever part, and that is like when your Walkman was losing batteries. And that comes at a time when, like, I wish the song would actually be as aggressive as it is for the remainder of it. But, pop music has to follow certain conventions, and this convention is just part of pop music as a whole. And so, like, even though Matty Healy wasn't referenced in this song, when I listened to it, I was like whispering like Gwen Stefani, like, this my shit, this my shit. And even though I know I can predict what my fellow Swifties would say, and they'd be like, yeah, you've been shitting on rep the entire time, but this is a rep-coded song. You called Rep and Lover the hell on earth of being a Taylor Swift fan, but now you're like grooving to the similar vibe, but you're right. And that doesn't mean that she can't pick over those Ophelia corpses of mediocrity to create a good song. And this is a good song. I enjoy this song. I know I got a little emotional before. I'm Matty Healy's strongest soldier. We're still fighting the battle, but also good song. My favorite on the album. It's track 2. I really picked up my spirits. I was like, I can't wait to hear what track 3 sounds like. But before we get to track 3, my humble suggestion to Taylor Swift. There's only one artist referenced by name on this album, and it's 50 Cent for that sad song. And I propose 50 Cent is put on the remix for Elizabeth Taylor. And it makes sense because you know who had a beef with Kanye? 50 Cent. You know who had a beef with Kanye? Taylor Swift. You know who is turned into a business instead of a musician? 50 Cent. I'm not going to go there. And like, there are some flourishes on the song that I don't like, where Portofino was on my mind. She sings that part, and then there's such a Lana Del Rey ripoff of, and I think you know why. Like, it's a sonic David Foster Wallace footnote of referencing Lana. I need to focus on calling her Lana, because I have an upstate New York accent, so I was like, Lana. It's like when Dasha has the ESL where she always talks about Ethel Cain, where she's like, yeah, Ethel Cain. And then I'm like, is beefing with Lana. So we're both like just so foreign and so American at the same time. And isn't that what Elizabeth Taylor's movies were? So foreign and so American at the same time. Like Reflections on a Golden Eye, that feels foreign, but then also American. And I'm not done talking about this song yet. We're not done with Elizabeth Taylor. This is my favorite song, so I'm juicing this. Be prepared. When the chorus comes and she does that, I'd cry my eyes violet, it's the opposite of shoehorning lyrics in. Like, whatever feeling those ASMR freaks get from their perverted hobby, I get that tickle in my brain when the beat drops and she does the I'd cry my eyes violet. Like, something about those I'd cry my eyes violet. It's the syllables are just so sonically pleasing to me. I'd cry my eyes violet. Oh, it's like when you see a beautiful woman and then she also has a beautiful name and you're just like, what the fuck? Like you get adrenaline finding out her name. We're like, what the fuck? Her name is Isabella Rossellini? That's not legal. Someone should stop that. They need to name her Imogen Poots. Like, the doctors were literally like, this one is too strong. Call it Imogen Poots. Call it Imogen Gay Poots. It's the only way we can control this beauty. Otherwise, we'll be going to war for her. I'd Cry My Eyes Violet is the sonic equivalent of Isabella Rossellini. They should have called this song Isabella Rossellini, now that I think about it. Isabella Rossellini, do you think it's forever? And that's like good because like the Marty Scorsese, David Lynch situation, like that shit was not forever. And it's so sad. You ever think about if Marty and Isabella Rossellini stayed together? Because they could have like grown together in their old age. Like I'm happy she didn't stay with David Lynch because it gave us the awesome Christabel album. I've talked about that numerous times, but October is the perfect time to listen to Christabel and David Lynch's Cellophane Memories, which you can listen to on Bandcamp, sample it, and then buy it, because this album, it's like nothing I've ever heard before. You know, like we're reviewing a sonically boring album with just nothing. I'm going to mute myself because I have 10 more tracks to get through, and if I start portraying this album as what it might be, you might stop listening, and I have to do at least 3 more commercials for my novels, because that's the whole reason this podcast exists. Anyways, get Christabel's Cellophane Memories on sale now at Bandcamp. And back to Elizabeth Taylor. Elizabeth Taylor. This podcast goes on forever. He's never gonna stop talking. Why'd we close the asylums? And so there hasn't been a second music video for The Life of a Showgirl. And I propose, could you imagine an Elizabeth Taylor pastiche music video? There's so much iconography that Taylor could, like, think about it. Elizabeth Taylor, so she could take the Taylor mantle, but it's too intriguing of an idea. So the next music video is probably just going to be like I'm just a widow 5'11" victim. Here's an anthem about how bad it's gotten for me. And that'll just be the next single. Track 3 is a song called Opalite. And it begins with like a neat disco beat. And Taylor sings, I had a bad habit of missing lovers past. My brother used to call it eating out of the trash. And it's like, what do you mean lovers past? The war is not over. And by the way, this brother seems to be just like you, dear listener. Not a real yearner. He's spiritually fat, and based on some pictures I've seen of him, it's not just spiritual. He's probably eaten out of the trash. He kind of has Miss Piggy genetics. Anyways, my Swiftie friend claimed that the eating out of the trash thing was like a diss to Travis's ex, but like, I mean, Travis is so fully de-wiggered by Taylor. Like, why would she even bother beefing with a woman who had an entirely different version of her man? Plus, like, don't give that ex any reason to start clapping back. The ex could just be like, Just like every other Taylor's version of Travis is inferior to the original in every way. Just look at his on-the-field performance. Plus, there is a master's joke in there that I absolutely cannot touch due to the amount of hall monitors who are probably tuning into my work for the first time. And for being track 3, this song feels like it was added too early in the track list to be this mediocre. Like, am I crazy, or are the vocals so lazy on this song? It literally has the energy of a Taylor's version. Like, she's distracted by, like, pulling the lever on the cash register. It has the energy of me in my cubicle making calls at 3 p.m. on a Wednesday. I don't even know what opalite is. Is it like a stone? Is it the engagement stone? Is it Travis's birthstone? Like, isn't an opalite man-made? Like, is Taylor implying that there's something that's like beautiful, but it takes work and care and ingenuity and is like sculpted by man, not just by nature? Is that what this song is about? I could easily Google this, but I simply don't care enough. And like, I read too many Swiftie tweets that like all of this will be over-explained to me anyways. So I'm not going to do the research for it here. We assume one of like 3 things. Opalite is a metaphor for how much like work it takes for man to create a jewel compared to it just appearing, dropping in his lap after being created by nature. It's a birthstone that has some sort of significance for one or both of them. Or there is some 8th grade literature that the opalite is, you know, like whatever Lord of the Rings for girls is. Yes, Queen of the Opalite. I know I nitpicked about like the Lana Del Rey, David Foster Wallace footnote flourish in the last song, but the little elements in this song, like the sound effect that they employ for Make Your Own Sunshine, is so childish. Like, it's Lover era music for babies. And then also there's like, I Can Bring You Love, Love, Love. Like, it's such Lover cringe. Like, why would she go back to this type of song? If Sabrina Carpenter was tasked with making this song, she would find something funny to put in there. Like, she's not going to make a song that's like this meaningless. Like, it's a Sabrina Carpenter song would at least make me go, tee-hee. Like, she's a little tee-hee queen. And that's the thing, is that Sabrina knows how to be sexy. She knows that she couldn't wear Taylor tights on SNL. And that, like, people might make comments about her body, but horny guys are going to devote time on their podcast for it. And they're going to be like, it worked for me. And Taylor, she can't make someone tee-hee. And why wouldn't she just write with Sabrina? Sabrina has a writing partner. If you watch Jersey Jack, King of New Jersey, in his studio, talking about how he works with Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina's like always had a really good sense of humor. You can like watch her as a kid and she's just like naturally really funny and is like, what's a female version of like a Ham? She's like a Lucille Ball. Like, we don't have a whole lot of Lucille Balls anymore, but Sabrina's like a Lucille Ball. But she also has a songwriter in there. So Jack is a songwriter. Sabrina has the songwriter. Forgive me for not knowing your name. Like I said, I don't research this. I'm sure someone will correct me about it. And then Sabrina's there. And so you're like exchanging ideas and the songs come out really fun and flirty because there's like Jack, who has a really good sonic knowledge. There's the songwriter who only has one task. Her job is to write the song. And so she doesn't have to worry about the melodies or anything like that. I'm sure she contributes to it. I'm sure she makes suggestions, but she's there to be a songwriter. And then Sabrina is almost like the muse and also the persona. And so this Opalite song that is so lover lame would get a really cute angle if Sabrina and her production team were working on it. And Blondie has access to Jack. Even though there's like, people are sort of claiming like because Jack is working on Emerald Fennell's score for Wuthering Heights, with Charlie, now they're saying that there's sort of like a rift with Jack. And like the only time I saw Margaret Qualley talk about Life of a Showgirl is when she was trying to sell that absolute dog shit one half of the Coen Brothers movie, like Honey Don't or Drive Away Dolls or one of those like Life of a Showgirl quality level films. And Margaret was just like, yeah, I don't know. I guess she's like recording an album. Like, oh, all right, we really needed that. Yeah, just throw another brick on the wall. I might be editorializing a bit there. Forgive me, Princess of New Jersey. I did not mean to put words in your mouth. I know that you were very tactful about it, and I apologize. I exaggerate things. But what I'm saying is that Taylor's used songwriters before, and then that fat little Damon Albarn said, like, Taylor Swift doesn't really write her music. And then now she's been like, I'm going to write all my music just myself. And sometimes maybe Jack can finish a chorus for me. And like, because she's writing all her music now, these are the songs we get. Let's move on to the fourth song on The Life of a Showgirl, which is Father Figure. And immediately, sonically at least, it feels like an oasis from the last track. Like there's a hollow rhythm that invokes something besides like the color pink with like sky blue streaking across it. And honestly, when I saw the title Father Figure, like when I was going through the leaked gatefold thing on the vinyl, I was like, ooh, Elizabeth Taylor, that's my most anticipated. And then Father Figure, I was like, this could be the most controversial song because I thought it would be an interesting way for Taylor to reference Olivia. Like, you know how the Notorious B.I.G. on Kick in the Door, he rapped, ain't no other kings in this rap thing, they siblings, nothing but my children, one shot, they disappearin'. Like, I imagined ain't no other kings in this pop thing, they siblings, nothing but my children, one hit, they disappearin'. Like, I thought she would flip it on that. And, like, obviously that doesn't work with Olivia Rodrigo because, like, Olivia's put out 2 perfect albums, and Taylor's last 2 albums have been, well, there's a review of the last one and a review of this one on my podcast. So they have been, however, those 2 podcasts indicate how they have been. I cannot lose 57 million readers just because of this one podcast. And honestly, the fact that this song isn't about Olivia tells me that Taylor has very good instinct that Olivia Rodrigo could dethrone her. The way that Dan and Olivia put a record together, and that's another symbiotic relationship, is that Dan, not going to say his last name because I'm scared of getting canceled, and Olivia, like Dan is writing some of those songs, Olivia's writing some of those songs, and then she has songwriting help as well. And you know what happens? A cohesive album that accurately reflects a persona, and that there aren't any songs that I would take off the album. Each of the songs on Guts and Sour serve a purpose. And then when the deluxe came out, like, oh my gosh, I think I did this on the last podcast too. Stop putting women against each other. That's you. Stop putting women against each other. Why is it always going to be a competition to successful? Because it's Taylor Swift. Why do you always have to pit women against each other? Okay, let's see how many tracks we can get through before a woman is being pitted against a woman. And not by me. And so Father Figure is neither about Scott Swift, Taylor Swift's father, nor is it about Olivia Rodrigo. The song, honestly, seems to be about Joe L. But it's so boring to make songs about Joe now. He's at least 2 serious relationships away from being the man in her life. And it's the opposite of my Tinder bio with him. Like, Joe is never sending coded messages to Blondie. Joe's entire life is under the lock and key that Blondie is obsessed with. No messages will get out, even if she makes songs about Joe's micropenis. And like, yeah, the hook to this song is boring, even in its vulgarity. After the second time we're forced to endure it, Taylor flatly says, I protect the family. And the bridge arrives so artlessly and abrupt that I had to check the production notes to make sure that Taylor didn't produce this song herself. It feels so amateurish. How did Max Martin, the guy who's been doing this for as long as I've been listening to pop music, I had Britney Spears on cassette. He's been doing it that long. Now you know what a cassette is, so you understand how long that is. And this song feels so amateurish. And at this point, I actually started getting worried because the track before this was a lover abortion, and this track is like paper thin. And even if it is a diss to Joe, it's like so incredibly toothless. Like I could diss you with paper thin songs. And we'll keep it familial with track 5, Eldest Daughter. And the first verse is a rough draft. It is a collection of buzzwords. I'm addicted to Blondie's voice with piano, and this is one of those songs that I have to hope would be better live. Every single statement in this first verse feels like something an unpopular girl would say on her TikTok, or an unpopular girl would clip out and then record a TikTok too. And the worst part is, this first verse has nothing to do with the concept of this song. It's genuinely like, oh my God, this isn't really a song. It's just a collection of buzzwords. And I got this, there's only 2 verses and like the song already feels short. And Max Martin is just like, oi, what if we put the both together? That would make a very good song. And then now we get this. It's the most, I can't spend more than 15 minutes on this. We gotta record it. It's the most, I'm going to do a podcast and then get engaged immediately after. Like there's a feeling of speed, and not just because it's 41 minutes long to this record. It's because it's so disposable. This entire first verse is just made to be clipped out for TikToks. It's such a business move because like the hook comes in, and like sonically it's fine, but like she sings, every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. And like that's only interesting if she elaborates what the slaughter is. Is the slaughter existence? What is this universal thing that happens to every eldest daughter? Like what are these sheep truly facing? Are they throwing these bitches off the trampoline just to break their arm? Like what is every eldest daughter facing that she's a lamb to the slaughter? You can't just use these like empty platitudes like we're the witches you couldn't burn like for 2 straight albums, especially when Florence and the Machine is actually putting out interesting music as like a witchy woman. There were all those like, they're gonna find us and hang us from the gallows, and now it's like they're slaughtering our firstborn girls. Imagine if this is about like China though. where it's like, man, this is a really mediocre album, except for that part where she really went hard in the paint on China. I didn't know she had it in her. The anti-imperialism pop music is just hitting right now. Charlie XCX has been strangely silent on China. It's like, whoa, the third verse is just about how they're ripping us off on trade. Unless this is a song about China, what slaughter are you referring to, Blondie? Unless like the slaughter is your mother's metabolism. Then like, yeah, they threw you to that, but you fought a valiant fight. That's what you should have done in Miss Americana. Flip that victim narrative and be like, look at Miss Piggy over there. Look at me. Look at how slim I am. Do you know how hard I worked for this? They threw me to the slaughter and I fought my way out. I'm wearing sample sizes. I'm on the runway. I'm high-fiving Carly Kloss at the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and you can only imagine what I'm doing to her in private. But on this song, I must admit, I love when she starts duetting herself. So imagine if this is like eldest daughter and she's singing to herself as the younger daughter. Like she's the only daughter in the family, and so there's like a sisterhood between the two. So it's like she's duetting herself. It could be our protagonist as a young girl, then as a grown woman and both of them are admitting that they didn't think they'd receive what they actually got. I think there's something very sweet about that message. That little curly-haired girl with the tight eyes, growing up to be the woman with the tight forehead, and both of them writing a ballad about how they didn't anticipate what they received and they didn't expect everything that beset them. And the introduction of vows is interesting, but I don't know why so much of this record is about her engagement, like it's her engagement era, yet she's framed as a showgirl. So far, none of these songs are about being a showgirl. They're about a girl who's been given so much and she's learning to appreciate it and navigate it, even as she's being undermined by men in their filthy New Jersey apartments, constantly judging everything that she does. And all in all, I don't follow the protagonist's journey through this song. What does the first verse have to do with the rest of the song? Why can't this song be about Taylor being the only daughter in her family and feeling protective of young Blondie now that she's older and she knows what's to come and what she's finally received? Where she's speaking to that girl and saying hey, I know it seems impossible right now, but it's actually not. And it's also her looking back at that girl why wasn't someone there to protect you more? You never really had that chance to be that little girl. You were recording demos while you were in middle school, The entire song could use a second draft, but there wasn't a single individual in the studio that wasn't a businessman, and so it never got one. The sixth track on the album is called Ruin the Friendship. Immediately, it didn't feel like a Max Martin song, which is what made me interested in it. And I was just nodding my head along. But then, of course, I turned into Swiftie Alex Jones because Taylor sings You Drive 85. Meanwhile, the 1975, before they were called the 1975, they were called by other band names like Big Sleep. And the main name they were called is Drive Like I Do. And so she purposely put the 75 up to 85 because it's being more than 75. And then she evoked Drive Like I Do, You Drive 85. No, Drive Like I Do, 75. Get it? Get it? Open up your mind. They're putting glitter in the water to turn the frickin' Swifties into lover fans. Ultimately, I disproved my Alex Jones Swiftiedom when she started singing about Galatian Road, and I was just please just be a shithole in Philadelphia so that when she says brother's Jeep, the reference could be Jason Kelsey's Jeep, and I can stop being a conspiracy theorist and just accept that if this song is about Travis, then I just don't have to pay attention to the lyrics anymore because it's not going to be deep or particularly probing. She's going to have to make it at his level. And this is the one time I did do research just so that I could ease the war going on inside of me. And I looked it up, and Galatian Road is in Tennessee. And I knew that Taylor went to high school in Tennessee, and so all of this was a relief because I was this is an old relationship. And I had a lot of optimism once I realized that, because then it could get complex again. Then she could sing, that little girl that I fell in love with on Speak Now. Maybe I thought she was being conjured again. How Eminem, who he is now, doesn't feel like what he was in the early 2000s. He did go back to Guilty Conscience on Death of Slim Shady. And Guilty Conscience 2 has this great Fred Wreck beat, and they take his vocals and he's rapping back and forth, similar to what I wanted from Eldest Daughter, where Taylor would be singing to herself. In Guilty Conscience 2, Slim Shady is rapping to Eminem, and he uses a mono effect on his voice. It almost sounds like it's being called in from a cell phone. And for a moment, as a guy who used to be an Eminem fan 20 years ago, it was really exciting. And so I thought I was getting the Guilty Conscience 2 of this Taylor record. And all of my delusion about when this song takes place was put to rest when Blondie declared, without nuance, "Have fun. It's prom." And I was like, honestly, it would have saved me a lot of spiraling if you had established the setting in the beginning, like this was a screenplay. "Have fun, it's prom" needed to go in the beginning, so I didn't think you were sending me coded messages. All in all, the song is very cute and nostalgic, and it's instantly accessible and broad enough that anyone can relate to it until Abigail calls with the bad news. And the first time I was listening to it, I was like, am I interpreting this right? Does this motherfucker kill himself? Or like, was he in a car accident? Like, I still think the song is pretty sweet despite the protagonist's love interest fent folding and ODing in the third verse. And sure, there's very little nuanced songwriting on the album, but in Ruin the Friendship, Taylor deftly sets up the idea of being scared to make a dramatic move to establish intimacy by framing it with, and it was not, an invitation. And it works nicely until the protagonist's prom date is declared dead. And then the full impact of this writing convention she sets up really hits. And she declares, "It was not an invitation, but I flew home anyway with so much left to say." And this is when the protagonist finally makes that move toward intimacy, but it's too late. It's almost a tribute to the dead boyfriend that all those missed opportunities that the protagonist had with him actually set her up to be able to have the wherewithal to return home to the funeral. That kiss she never had, and regretted not having, set her up to confront difficult moments in life. And she understood that an invitation isn't required to do what you know is right. And I love that she really starts belting it out at the end. It's one of the first times on the album that I heard any emotion in her voice at all besides like hubris. And maybe that's because there is a parallel between Ruin the Friendship and Forever Winter, where, you know, like in that song, she's sort of talking about a friend struggling, not really being able to interject into their life, and then like dealing with the loss of that friend. And that friend, he's an actual person, so maybe that's where the emotion comes from as well, where it's a song about a kid named Jeff Lang, and he went to Hendersonville High School with Taylor. And like Swifties may remember him, where back in 2010 at the BMI Awards in Nashville, that's when she publicly mentioned Jeff Lang. And it was because she sang at his funeral. And so she was like giving this speech after singing at his funeral. And she was talking about how he used to be the one that she would play the songs for first. And so I think a lot of that nostalgia from that time gets injected into this song, where like you can sort of feel who she was when she used to write songs like that. But again, I don't know what it's doing on an engagement album that is supposed to be about being a showgirl. I know it's hypocritical to say all of these songs are about nothing, and then you get a song that is truly about something, and you're like, why is this on the album? It's like, maybe it's on the album because they knew that you would complain about stuff like this, Tommy. Let's go back to tapes, or like mixtapes. Back in high school, when you fall in love with a girl, like one of my love languages would be we'd exchange mixtapes. And I would even do that in college too. Like, there are bands like May that I never would have gotten into if a girl didn't make me a mixtape, or like even something like Secondhand Serenade or something like that, where you're like, oh, this song's so corny. But then when the song is like given to you, like someone is constructing something for you and giving it to you, it has more meaning. And so a mixtape is sort of like an art where you're paying attention to how the songs ebb and flow with each other. And then also you're trying to get some sort of message across, where you make a mixtape with your friend that you always go out and party with, and all the songs are the songs that get your adrenaline up before you go out to the club. Or you make a mixtape for someone that you have feelings for but you've never expressed them, and all these songs are like little messages. This is why I'm so obsessed with Matty and Taylor, because they would do this with each other through their music. And that's also why when you get an album like The Last Showgirl, or not The Last Showgirl, that's a Gia Coppola movie. When you get an album like The Life of a Showgirl, and it's weird, like, it's very obvious that Taylor was, like, inspired by The Last Showgirl, but then she also hasn't, like, tried to pull influence from it at all, but it would have helped her in her creative process if she was more shameless about the inspiration and stole to make it her own, not from Shakespeare, but from, like, a Coppola. I think that would have been really interesting. The final track of the album, I'll return to this thought, but I do think that she visualized this album before she recorded it, or she visualized this album after she recorded it. And the visuals don't coincide with the feeling of the record, what's being discussed on the record, or the concept that she's putting forward. But having Ruin the Friendship on there is important. Like, on an album that's so crude, at least there's like a song that grade schoolers might pick something up from, where they're like, okay, I need to be a little more fearless, and go for it. It might ruin something, or it might start something. And you don't know when you have the chance to start that ever again. This may be your chance in that moment. And in an album full of crude, uncreative tributes to appendages, I think it's nice to have this song. And, like, in the spirit of the album, I would die young if it meant I sonically got some Taylor Swift pussy from beyond the grave as, like, a sonic eulogy. And that was a psychotic thing to say, but there's a track coming up that it fits in with. So I learned it from you, Blondie. I never would have said that if I didn't listen to an upcoming song. Before we get there, let's go to track 7. And this is the song that I had heard the most conversation about before the album came out. Track 7 is called Actually Romantic. And I remember when someone posted, I heard you call me boring Barbie when the Cokes got you brave, which is how the song begins. And I argued with them that it was such a lame thing to say, and Taylor would never start just randomly singing about coke. And they sent me a picture that got leaked of the interior lyrics from the vinyl. And I was like, anyone can Photoshop anything. But then my friend pointed out that I still treat the leaked vinyl credits for 1989 Taylor's version that contains a writing credit from Matty Healy for Slut. And I was like, okay, you're right. No, yes, this random picture of a vinyl lyric book is actually 100% true, just like the 1989 one that I sent you with Slut. And I did that so I can keep my delusions. Thank you very much. And the reason why Taylor suddenly starts singing about coke is that Actually Romantic is a diss track. And it's a diss track to Charlie XCX. 2 years ago, I would have had to go through an entire explainer about Charlie XCX, but because our political campaigns are so brain dead now, if you were paying attention to our last election, you know who Charlie XCX is. So that both saves me time on a podcast that we got to be pushing 3 hours at this point, but it also depresses me that, like, some 45-year-old woman who's never heard of me before is now listening in hour 3 of this podcast. And I don't even need to tell her who Charlie XCX is because she's like, my coconut girl, She's like, she still has a Kamala Harris bumper sticker on her car. And so since you know who Charlie is, if you've heard this song, you also know this is not a biting diss track. It's not insightful, creative, or witty. Like, all right, I'm going to read you some actual lyrics from a diss song that Taylor wrote about Charlie XCX. high-fived my ex, and then you said you're glad he ghosted me. Like, that is such a fucking funny mental image because it's the type of thing that, like, a Travis Kelce jock in one of those sequels to Carrie would do, but Charlie's doing it. Like, it's a total alpha move. High-fiving Matty and being like, "Good thing you threw bad posture Blondie in a dumpster." Like, that's the most biting part of the song, and it's Taylor being ridiculed. And let's keep going with the lyrics because the lyrics are a huge problem with this song. Like, Blondie continues, wrote me a song saying it makes you sick to see my face. Some people might be offended, but it's actually sweet all the time you've spent on me. Where it's like, Charlie didn't spend time on you. I genuinely do not think that Taylor, our quote unquote English teacher, has the ability to break down the meaning of the song that she's referencing here, which is Sympathy is a Knife off Brat. Like, it's not a song about you, Blondie. She did not devote time to you. And I know I call you a protagonist in these songs, but I do that because, like, I understand from a writing standpoint that what you and I do, we take pieces of our life and we take pieces of fiction and we create this amalgamation of a person that is both us and not us as we try to figure out the world through our art. But for you to listen to Sympathy as a Knife and see yourself as the main character is mental illness. That is not very sane. That is me on Ruin the Friendship, trying to say that Drive Like I Do 1975 is a lyric that you are trying to make a play off of in that song. It's delusional. Taylor's inability to understand how she comes off as being uncool or unsexy is also playing into this song where, like, she can't fathom that a song could reference her and not be about her at all. Like, Sympathy is a Knife is about a woman who had flop, low-rated, low-regarded records for so long and who doesn't look like what men traditionally fetishized. And she's looking across the room and seeing someone with long, perfect legs who can put out a dog shit record like Lover and sell so many copies. Where Charlie can try her hardest and then Taylor can try not at all. And the outcome can be better for Taylor than it is for Charlie. And so Charlie starts looking at herself. She's like, what is it about me that I can't do what she does, even though I'm putting in twice the amount of work she is? Because it's sort of a hopeless feeling. Like, as a novelist, you sort of get that as well, where you'll look at like a TikToker and they'll get a publishing deal on their first novel with a good imprint. And then the book will come out and the reviews will be like uniformly terrible, which in part of that is the TikTok ecosystem to like build and destroy. But then another part of it is that it's not a good book and it's sold a bunch of copies. I'm in my Charlie XCX pre-Brat era right now where nothing I've ever made has ever been successful. So like I know what a Charlie would look like. And then I could look at who would be my Taylor? I don't know. I don't get jealous of novelists because like what we're doing is so different. Writing a novel is such a personal thing that like I'm trying to think of something that a novelist did that made me jealous recently. I mean, the thing that generally just makes me jealous is that Emma Roberts won't put me in her book club. Like, I think I have the same personality defect as Emma Roberts, and she has this book club called Bellatrist, where if you read Hot Blonde Girls with Heavy Eye Makeup, the protagonist of that book, there's a lot of Emma Roberts in there. And I thought, like, someday that Emma Roberts might find that book, and then she'd be like, "Hey, this is the book of the month." But it's one of those things where, like, anytime you run a book club, you need to essentially, like, satisfy Swifties as well. And the entire premise of that novel is, let's make fun of Swifties. Like, people who are activists, protesters, all the things that, like, I truly despise, but that are part and parcel to being a Swiftie. That's what's in there. So, like, Emma Roberts realistically couldn't celebrate that. So I get jealous when it's like, here's another first-time author that Emma Roberts is reading by the pool. And I'm like, ah, should be me in Emma Roberts's arms, my limp paperback in her hands. Maybe that's why I was so attuned to what Sympathy is a Knife is, but it's also just always been one of Taylor's blind spots. And it's strange that she's friends with songwriters like Lord. And Lord is friends with Charlie more than she's friends with Taylor at this point. And Jack is friends with Charlie. She has so many ways into Charlie, and I have to assume Jack was like, no, let's look at the lyrics. Let's pretend we're Jack Antonoff and we're talking to Blondie. Here are the lyrics to Sympathy is a Knife, Taylor Swift. I'm Jack Antonoff, and I'm reading this to you. I don't want to share the space. I don't want to force a smile. The one girl taps my insecurities. Don't know if it's real or if I'm spiraling. One voice tells me that they all laugh. George just says I'm paranoid. Says he doesn't see it. He's so naive. I'm embarrassed to have it, but need the sympathy. 'Cause I can never be her if I tried. I'm the opposite. I'm on the other side. And so Jack would say, this is a girl who opened for you, Taylor. This is a girl who had the crowd half paying attention or staring at their cell phone while she performed on stage. You didn't see that because you were backstage, but you know that Charlie was your opener. And you know that she came out to those crowds. And then you know that she watched the rest of the show. And that half-interested crowd, when you came out, was suddenly going insane. It would be crazy to not compare herself to that. She got barely a reaction. You get treated like Michael Jackson. And this is a girl who isn't the best singer. She'll tell you that. And she isn't the prettiest. She'll tell you that. And she isn't super rich. Well, maybe she was well off, but like she had Caroline Polachek as a roommate. But I would have Caroline Polachek as a roommate. I'm still interested. Caroline Polachek, I will pay our rent. If you move in with me to my Newark apartment, I will pay your rent, Caroline Polachek. Imagine how much easier it would be to be an artist if Tommy was paying all your rent. I'll buy all your food. I'll buy whatever weird vegan shit you're probably into. I'm also going to buy you a razor for your armpits because they always look a mess. And that's the one condition to live with me. But other than that, Caroline, I'm going to get it right this time. And if I continued on as Jack, that part was not Jack Antonoff. The armpit part was all me. I think you know that by now if you've listened to this podcast. I'm actually impressed that all of those tweets I read, I don't think I mentioned Taylor Swift's armpits once. So if you make it to the end of this podcast, I'll do an ASMR reading as I describe to you my 10 favorite pictures of Taylor Swift's armpits that came out between the Tortured Poets Department and the life of a showgirl. I'll do this. You know how they do that thing where it's like, and then on November 24th, she wore a tank top. If you make it to the end, I'll do that for you. I'll give you the top 10. So we were pretending to be Jack Antonoff. And what Jack Antonoff would tell Taylor Swift is that Sympathy is a Knife is a song that this girl who had so many flops, she was putting out the record that she thought was actually going to be a hit. It was the I finally made it moment. And even then, she knew that you were releasing variants this whole time leading up to the release of the album. And so she probably mentioned that to George. And George, who is best friends with Matty Healy, which can't be easy. I'm Matty Healy's strongest soldier, but I think George is stronger. And George will tell her, no, that's all in your head. People aren't comparing you to Taylor Swift. They're appreciating you for who you are. But like Charlie, I know, is looking at that where she's thinking it's like the Elizabeth Warren thing. You're supposed to say that. You're my fiance. You know, like he has no choice. It's not encouragement to be like, no, no one's going to compare you to Taylor Swift when your fiance is saying that. And his specialty is putting out mental illness players because of who his best friend is. And now we're Jack Antonoff again. And we'd sit Blondie down and we would say, look at these lyrics. The second verse starts with, I want to buy a gun. I want to shoot myself. Like, you delusional narcissist. Sympathy is a knife, is a diss track. You're right. And it's a diss track about Charlie XCX, made by Charlie XCX to Charlie XCX. And it's a better diss song against Charlie XCX than what you're trying to put on this album. And so when Charlie says, don't want to see her backstage at my boyfriend's show, fingers crossed behind my back, I hope they break up quick, that is not because Charlie doesn't think you deserve love. It's because that Charlie can't feel like a star at her own party. And let's point out, all right, this arch enemy you have, let's look at her last birthday party and see who showed up. Lorde showed up. Oh, yeah, isn't that part of the girls' squad? And Sabrina Carpenter showed up. Oh, isn't she featured on this album? And Gracie Abrams showed up, who's your Babylon lover hanging lifetimes on the vine. While your party, what did your birthday party look like? Tell me who attended that. Travis, Abigail, and probably a sommelier so that you guys could just go through 4 bottles of wine. Like, why is no one doing this for her? It would be such a benefit. Like, no Swifties are like, ended Charlie. Do you know how ineffectual a diss track has to be that even Swifties aren't like, ended Charlie? Like, even they aren't trying to make this loss seem like a win. And the only benefit of the doubt that I could possibly give Taylor for this song is that I fully admit there could be much more going on behind the scenes, and it was actually like tasteful that she didn't expose that. But also, if you're going to make a diss song, expose that. Like, if you're not going to be sonically interesting because you're just ripping off Pixies' Where's My Mind, like, at least incorporate literally anything interesting from the decade you've known this woman. Like, the first time I saw you together, I can think of it. It's the Jingle Ball concert. That was the first time I saw you because your outfit was so cute and I was not a boom clap boy, so I didn't care about Charlie at that point. And then there are more parallels. Like, I specifically remember when Charlie covered Shake It Off as one of those like BBC Radio 1 live lounge things that like Fern Cotton puts together. And like Charlie's cover was like very indie sleaze, and it was like back when Charlie was trying to be a singer and didn't really have the swagger that she operates with now. Like, she had to use a music stand for the lyrics, like, which if Charlie is going to write a response to this, she should mention that. Could you imagine how mean Charlie could be? Just her being like, covered that shit like your cat's cat lady, but damn, those lyrics were whack, cat lady. Don't remember the lyrics to that, cat lady? You can't shake off my innocuous track, cat lady? Like, she could easily she could write that song in 10 minutes and it would be more biting than what Taylor's doing right now. Charlie did open for Taylor in 1989 when they were at the 51st State Canada, and I know it pisses Blondie off because Charlie described performing at the Rep Tour as like walking out to the crowd at a Wiggles concert. And there's also like the fawning compliments that she gave her where she's like, she's an incredible businesswoman and she's really kind and she makes us feel like so welcome. She's got a girl gang on tour together. It's really good. Like, you know, just fawning praise, like the type of dumb, boring PR praise that is insincere. Both people know it's insincere, but like maybe you don't know it's insincere because you think Sympathy is a Knife is a song about you. So like maybe you did generally think that Charlie was like, yeah, she's an incredible businesswoman. And I also know that it fucking ate Blondie alive when the biggest music video of 2024 was a showcase for cool girls, including her ex's fiance, Gabriette. Have I told you about a certain Halloween-themed video that is far more interesting than this record? If you have a moment. No, I'm not going to do that again. I'll fall back into my Gabriette hype stream, which she doesn't even need to be hyped up because she's that cool. And it's not like Taylor doesn't know how to write good diss songs. Like, it doesn't live up to something like Speak Now's mean. If you're going to come at someone so directly with no obfuscation, you need to bring biting vitriol. But she also can't do that. Like, she followed in that little femcel Hayley Williams lead after, like, Hayley's only hit Misery Business got put out to pasture because it's actually, like, biting and it's, like, diss. And then Taylor also had to replace, She's Better Known for What She Does on the Mattress because it was too true. And it's like, there's no even logic behind it. It's like, oh, you didn't want to pit yourself against another woman? Hey, how about don't make a delusional song about another woman then? Like, she doesn't understand. She comes off as the pathetic one on this one. Look at the lyrics. How many times has your boyfriend said, why are we always talking about her? Where, one, Charlie and George are married, unlike you, and I'm sure you saw who is DJing at the wedding and who is dancing by the water like a Halloween mermaid. And speaking of Halloween, there's a certain YouTube video. You gotta watch that video. You're not gonna regret it. You definitely will regret listening to this podcast. You're not gonna regret watching this video. I'm telling you. Thank me later. And like, I hate how dumb the second verse is because Blondie is just writing fan fiction about George Daniel, where she's like, how many times has your boyfriend said, why are you talking about her? Like, that is a legit straight up delusion. Do you think George Daniel is not starting a conversation about Taylor Swift and he's not like quizzing Charlie on it? Like, this is fan fiction. It's more delusional than any delusion that Charlie is worried about on Sympathy is a Knife. And like, this is a diss song that can't even sustain itself for 3 minutes. You've known this woman for a decade and you didn't have 3 minutes worth of insightful things to say as you were just doing karaoke over the Pixies. And since I've always been defending Taylor Swift on the Red Scare sub, I know that the way that I would be a contrarian where people would say that, I would be like, exactly. Blondie can't even be fucked to even write a full song about Charlie, where Charlie spends all this time thinking about Blondie. But it would honestly be so much easier if Taylor, you can write good diss lyrics about Charlie. Like, imagine if Taylor is saying, you won 3 Grammys and I'll think you'll win even more. That dress you wore is perfect for the SAG Awards. But like... Then again, if boobs are brought into the conversation, Charlie could be like, when you make an album, you don't need to CC me. The doc made sure an A student finally got C's. You don't want to get into a boob war because Charlie's going to do the clapback about the implants and it's just going to be trouble. So maybe you did think about that dress in the SAG Awards, but you're like, no, she's going to bring up my implants and I'll be cooked. Maybe you do have more foresight than I thought. And like, Charlie's fans have way better material than Swifties. Like, when Taylor was on the Graham Norton show, Charlie's fans were in the comments and they were like, Taylor's injector is one of us, which is like more cutting than anything on Actually Romantic. The idea that like Taylor has an injector who's like a brat stan and this injector covertly, secret agent was like, oh yes, I'll give you a little refresher before Graham Norton. Now let's move on to the 8th song on the album, which is called Wish List, and it's styled with money signs for the S's. This is the most song-feeling song on the album, and I know what it says about me, that I'm a writer critiquing unfocused writing, and I'm doing it very inarticulately, but there's like clear intention and clear satire and a cohesion to all 3 verses on this, or however many verses there are. I didn't write that down. In Wish List, that most of the record lacks. Like, it feels like care was put into this song in a way where we're actually finally hearing a second draft of a song. It's a song about something. It's a song on a topic where an artist actually shares their personality beyond I'm super overconfident and I'm doing it so well, but also I'm the victim. And it shows how valuable creating a framing device is for her. Because when she doesn't have a framing device, then she'll put out like one entire verse of just Instagram buzzwords because she doesn't know where she's going with it. And so like her cringe brain goes into hyperdrive. If you give her a topic, she's sort of like a kid with like Legos. Where like if you sit a kid down with Legos and tell them to build what's on the box, they can do a really good job on that. But if you just sit them down with like the bucket full of like all the Legos that just got cleaned up one day and you're like, all right, make something. What they're going to come up with is going to be like a weird, strange, sort of freakish hodgepodge because they don't have that framing device of, okay, I'm building what is on the box. And in this song, Taylor had a box that she could look at and she could say, all right, this is a wish list for things that women want. And she stays focused on that box the entire time. She doesn't go off on her little tangents that she does on other verses on this album. And the funny thing is that people find this to be more biting of a song than her diss against Charlie XCX that came before it, where they find this to be more potent and pointed songwriting than when Taylor was trying to like destroy one of her competitors. And the reason why it gets people mad is that there's a certain subsection of Swifties who believe that this is a trad wife song. They believe that they're being mocked by Taylor when they like reference their fur babies and stuff like that, because Taylor does mention those types of people in there, where Taylor's like, I want the house with the basketball hoop. You want to treat your dog like it's a human being, you know? And that is biting satire on Swifties, because like Swifties are all those people where, remember when Vance said the childless cat lady thing and then everyone freaked out on it in a way where it's like, you probably have a personality defect. And his whole point was that, like, there are these people with personality defects who are overblowing reactions to things. And so it, like, perfectly played into their hands. And sort of Taylor is talking about, like, this wish list thing with, like, the people who treat their dogs like children. And they're playing into the hands of like the childless cat lady is actually owning the Swifties on that. And so it's like she actually learned the lesson from how people reacted to that Vance quote and she used it against them. But then the childless dog ladies didn't understand it at all. So they have their own goal now on that one. It's just a funny dynamic. Like even Taylor is more self-aware than those people. But they think it's like a trad wife anthem. And maybe it is a trad wife anthem, but what these people who are denigrating these trad wives, what they don't realize is that like American society up until like 1974 was filled with trad wives, and you can't like remove something from a like nurturing DNA. Like the reason why I hate protesters and women treat them like they bow at the feet of protesters is because there's a different level of empathy that's going on there. Like, when I see protesters, I see disruption, I see people who can't regulate their own lives trying to regulate entire societies, and when women see protesters, they see, like, speaking truth to power or whatever, and they're obsessed with it. They love it, and the reason why they love it is because there's a it's ingrained in them that, like, we need to create a, perfect utopia community where, like, there's a movie called Fury. It's a Brad Pitt movie. And in the movie, Brad Pitt's character says, ideals are peaceful, but history is violent. And so the feminine trait is sort of the peaceful ideals. And then the male trait is that history is violent. It's now a personality trait for a lot of women to reject the trad wife thing because they're like linking it to conservatism or things like that. But what they don't understand is that there are women who maybe are not super vocal about their desire to be a stay-at-home mom, to be the sort of nurturer of the household, where instead of the ugly protester in the streets trying to fix an entire country, this is trying to fix a household. And the ugly protester, like, you've never heard a protester listen to the other side because they want pure power, where in the tradwise, it's all listening. It's all figuring out how you're going to handle this little microcosm of a world that you have here. And you have one kid who has this disadvantage and one kid who has that disadvantage. And you need to, one person wants a bit more independence and one person can't have that independence. And you need to work on making the super independent person maybe a little more in tune with the ecosystem of the overall house so they just don't disappear. And you need to take that portion of the house that needs to, find their way out in the world, and you need to sort of push them out of the house. And there's so much dynamic in there. But if it's just you and your dog, there's no dynamic there at all. And so you're like left to fix the world. And so that's why so many of these Swifties are so angry or they're in HR. And all of this just goes back to the fact that us cat people find you dog people cringe. And speaking of cringe, like when she does the boss up, settle down, there are so many lyrics on this album that could be an airport self-help book title. Boss Up, Settle Down should have like a color splash title and you get it at the airport and it's written by some academic who doesn't exist in the real world. And so I do like the song. I do appreciate it. And at least it sort of shows where Taylor is at mentally as well, where there are all these choices. Like she has an infinite number of choices, except for going back to Matty Healy, because Matty Healy is happily engaged to a beautiful woman. You had a choice to save that. You could have stood up to her, but no. The girls who treat their dogs like children, you chose them. You get them in the custody battle. Enjoy it, Blondie. But Taylor has all these options, and so when you create the wish list, you can sort of see her weighing each of those options, and it's just a really creative song. Like, maybe I'm leaning on it a little bit more because it got Swifties mad, where like, my compulsion to be on the opposite side is so strong. Like, the new Geese album came out, and I was like, I put it on. Let me see what the name of this song is. I'm gonna Google it now. I put it on, and I was so ready to write about how much I hate the album. Let me find this song here. Geese Band. And it's getting such universal acclaim where I was like, I am going to flame this album so hard. I am going to mock anyone who likes it. And then I put it on in this song. All right, it's loading up here. I don't even know how to pronounce the name of this song. Upes du Cocaine. I put that song on. Holy shit. That song is so fucking good. Let me look up the lyrics on here. I'll read you some of the lyrics. This song fucking rules. I sat there and it's like, I was forming how I was going to frame my contrarianism, and I was like doing really well, but this hits on track 8 and it I was furious. I was like, "This is so good. Everyone is so right." And so on it, like, there's like a refrain of "You can change, you can change, you can change. Baby, you can change and still choose me." I was furious. I hate it. Like I said, I'm working on the fall mix right now, and I had to put it on the fall mix, but now it's like I'm falling right in line. It's another Swiftie thing where it's like, I don't wanna be this person. I don't wanna be in hour 4 of my review of the Taylor Swift album, but I have so many feelings about it, and I love listening to Taylor Swift. Sometimes my contrarianism just fails me. And so maybe a lot of what I like about Wishlist is that like she's sort of feeding me my contrarianism where I thought Actually Romantic was such a stupid song that for this one to come in next and for Swifties to get mad at her about it and say like, oh, she's hanging out with her right-wing coded friends just because it's like the same idiots that Travis hangs out with. Like, do you think that Travis and the bussin' with the boys guys are sitting around a table discussing geopolitics, you idiots? No. So like, why are you putting their politics on Taylor? And their politics probably aren't even that complicated. They're probably just like, yeah, some of you are cat ladies. And for all the vulgarity that I've spread on this podcast, where I said I would die young to get Sonic Taylor Swift pussy, that is all because of track 9, which is titled Wood. When I saw that on the track list, I was like, okay, maybe no, it's fake again. Please don't. But I thought earlier in the album, she talks about like, I pay the check before it hits the mahogany. Like, I know that's one of her favorite lyrics because I listened to every single interview she did for this album cycle because psychotic fan. And so I was like, Wood is going to be about that mahogany, and it's all going to be about her dealings in the industry, and it's going to be about her getting her catalog back. But then Isabella was telling me about the album while I was at work, and I couldn't listen, and she sent me a message, and she's like, Taylor describes Travis's dick as redwood, and I was like, well, at least she could have called it Redwood, because I bet even the extended version only lasts 10 minutes. But after I got that message, I was like, I was living in fear because I hate how Blondie is so good at inspiring, hair-raising theater kid energy when it comes to sex. Like, I just imagined this song in those tights that she wears on the Eras tour that are like just casings to keep sexuality inside. But then I also sort of feared it because of how pop fandom has dealt with sex recently. Like, I'm not sure if you're up on Sabrina Carpenter's Man Best Friend album cover discourse, but basically she's on her knees and a guy is standing and the guy is grabbing onto her hair. And it's like, if this was to be a Tom Ford ad, Tom would be like, this is sexless. Go do it again. But because all of these pop fans looked at it, they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's being subservient to a ma—" Like, all the people who called that last song a tradwife anthem are like, "She's being subservient to men, she's pandering to the male." And it's like, yeah, she might be pandering to the male gaze, but we love that weird little girl. We love that she didn't wear tights on SNL. She does pander to us. There are those references where, she will go on the BBC and come townify her song so that BBC is in double entendre. She plays up to guys, and that's why guys like her. And that's why like women are always saying like, oh, she's, there's something wrong with about how she looks. And when guys say that, I sort of get where they're coming from because we have, like, quote unquote grown up with Sabrina Carpenter. I was like, 25 when she got famous. So it's not like I'm not like, oh, we've been growing up together. I'm like 2 decades older than her or whatever. I don't even know how old she is. And maybe that's part of what throws people off too, is that there's like sexy baby doll and also she might be 30 years old. So it's like sort of confusing. But I was scared based on how they reacted to her album rollout, how Taylor Swift fans would react to Wood. Because like a lot of them are femcells and not like Hayley Williams femcell where their personality is garbage. They have really good personality, but they just read their little smut and it's like the subject is a minotaur or whatever. They don't have to like broach sex as being like between a man and a woman and that like the man in their life would be penetrating them. So like they can all just put sex into like a fantasy situation. And like if Taylor Swift is now bringing sex into their safe space, then they would probably have an unhinged reaction to it. Like, there's a subset of woman who's a Chappell Roan fan because Chappell Roan, she does not register as a woman to me. She is Dee Snider. We're not gonna take it. Like, when we see Chappell Roan, our brain goes, we're not gonna take it anymore. So, like, that is not a sexual object to us. Like, Chappell Roan, at best, is someone from Pennsylvania who wears Cookie Monster pajamas to Wawa. That's the closest she can get to being a woman. But, like, women are like, sex symbol goddess, you know? And so I was afraid of what this song would be. When I finally got around to listening to it, it was just like, it starts out with an uncreative interpolation of a Jackson 5 song. Taylor's like, I'm going to make my most sexual song I've ever made. Who should be the artistic inspiration for this? 9 little black kids. Well, I guess there's only 5 of them. 5 little black kids. Because, like, on what planet does your mind immediately go to, I'm going to sample the Jackson 5 for this song about big dick? Because the song is all sexual innuendo. And I know that Swifties, and by extension, Blondie herself, are like exhausted by the notion that Taylor is sexless. So this would be doing some justice for it, but like, don't introduce Michael Jackson into this mental minefield now, where like, if Taylor was as skilled as Sabrina in doing sexual double entendres, I don't want to I want to hee laugh, not hee during this song. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, all of this can be fixed because anytime I'm in the Swiftie debate, I actually have value in the Swiftie community. Because everyone will be talking about, I don't think she's sexless. I think she's very sexy. I think she always has a red lip on, which is very, femme fatale and everything like that. And then this is my moment as the straight male Swiftie edgelord, because I say, like, anytime someone comes to me and says Taylor Swift is sexless, I say, well, in that case, why can't I stop jacking off to her? And that ends the conversation immediately. So, see, I do have a purpose in this fan base. I am a necessary deformed arm on your roving giant of a fan base. Or maybe I'm not an arm. Maybe I'm more of a dick. And yes, this song is filled with dick jokes, but like, what am I going to do? Complain about that? I'm a guy from New Jersey. All of us have a little Kevin Smith in us, you know? Dick jokes are kind of our currency. You can read my novel, Leeds House, if you're curious how many dick jokes I can cram into 300 pages. So, like, I can't critique Taylor for this. Like, at worst, I can ask for some of her publishing because I also made some of these dick jokes myself. Like, I'm going to be that lady who sued her because of the lyrics for The Man. I'm going to be like, actually, I've used dickmatized 442 times in my literary career. The judge will be reading it and they'll be like, what the hell is wrong with both of you? Both of you need to spend a night in jail and not like horny jail, like real jail. But also, we can't give you a cellmate because I'm pretty scared of what you're going to do to them. Like, Wood is a song absolutely built for Kevin Smith's View Askew universe, but licensing would cost as much as one of Kevin Smith's movies cost. So it's like this catch 22 where it only is appropriate to be in a Kevin Smith movie, and Kevin Smith won't be able to afford this song. So like it just has to exist on the album. Who cares? Like, the song is over before it begins, which is probably how Sex with Travis is as well. So, like, it works in multiple ways, and, like, it's slight to the point of almost being a skit. It's, like, probably as long as, like, the $20 crack pyramid on The Chronic, so, like, you can just treat it not even as music. It's like a rap album skit, basically. Wish List before it was an actual song, so this doesn't need to be a song. There's so many other songs on the album that are terrible, which brings us to track 10, which is called Cancelled. And when I saw that name, I was like, maybe she's going to reflect on the fact that she canceled her own relationship because she couldn't stand up for Matty. And then also I was like, wouldn't it be great if this was just a song where she's like, Woody Allen was canceled, but I'm going to use the royalties from this song to fund Woody Allen's 51st movie. Could you imagine what the fan base would do? Oh, it would be amazing. And so I did have high hopes for Canceled. For her to do a grassroots fundraiser for Woody Allen, she would ascend so high. This would be my favorite Taylor Swift album if she did that. And just by the way, if you're looking for a new Woody Allen project, Woody has released his first ever novel titled What's with Bomb from Post Hill Press, and you can get it at Amazon for $14.99 on Kindle. I encourage you to read this novel and leave a review if you enjoy it. Please make sure to support Woody Allen. All right, on to Cancelled. Cancelled contains the lyrics, "Come with me, when they see us they'll run, something wicked this way comes." But Wood was so close, like Wood infiltrated my mind, and so like I couldn't help but come-townify it to be like something wicked dick spray comes, like it's immediately what my brain was doing. You can't judge me on this. The whole entire song that leads up to this is all puns like that. So something wicked dick spray comes is not that strange in context. We have to, what did Kamala Bratt say? We exist in the context. I exist in the context of that Ray Bradbury meets Taylor Swift Wood come-townification of the lyrics to this bullshit song. Because guess what Cancelled is about? Is it about something that anyone could relate to? No. It's about how Taylor likes her friend canceled, which, as a premise, is bullshit. She made it impossible for Matty. Her own friends canceled Matty. Matty has had to change his life because of her and not because of the romance portion, because she left him to die. And at any point, does she reference Matty in this song and how she treated him? No, because it would require introspection. She can just leave it as him being the ghost. Oh, I was ready to give you everything, but the lights were too bright. Uh-huh. Yeah, so of course this song is about what else? A woman is a victim, and she's being canceled, because that happens so often, women being canceled. Like, I can think of the untalented girl from Scream. She's legitimately a woman who is canceled because of all that Israel-Palestine stuff. A second woman who has been canceled. I think they're mad at Whitney Cummings because she went to like the United Arab Emirates, but like, you know, lecturing lib Bill Burr did it too. So they'll just grandfather her in probably on that, and she won't get canceled on that because like Bill Burr is we now treat Bill Burr like a philosopher. Oh, thank you, Bill, for your huge high school education. Thank you for illuminating it for us common folk. And like, you could say like, "Oh, well, Tom, you're always complaining about how Sydney Sweeney is treated." But like that's part of the fun is that Sydney plays with how loserish the average celebrity fan is. If you took that away from Sydney, she would be less sexy because like the way Sydney treats her public profile, it like makes you think like I could send that text that's a joke that's a little over the line and she's going to laugh at it because she also likes to push boundaries too. You can't call Sydney cancel. Like we'll have her back no matter what. Sydney could come out tomorrow like I'm stepping away from acting to 100% focus on protesting and I would be like, "Yay, make sure you wear those cute overalls when you go to the protests." Like I have no standards for what I think is, pathetic or not. It's just basically on who does it. They tried to cancel Mia Goth because she kicked someone in the head, but like we keep saying step on me, mommy. So like that doesn't even count. The fact that she finally did step on someone, like we've been begging for it for so long. Didn't they try to cancel Miranda Sings? I was never really clear what why they got mad at Miranda Sings, but they tried to cancel her. They tried to imagine if this was about J.K. Rowling. That would be amazing. Oh my gosh. Now, that would be a song that would actually be about something, but you want to guess who this song is about? It's about Blake Lively, the woman who destroyed her own life, the woman who poured gasoline all over her body, lit a match, looked at us in the eyes, and asked us, "Why did you set me on fire?" The dumbest possible quote unquote cancellation you could find, but because it's a narcissist doing it, she was like, "Oh, okay, yes, this is totally unjust." And like the mere concept of this song, like Blondie, who do you think is doing the canceling in America right now? Like, what type of person do you think is canceling people? Do you think maybe it's left-leaning women who are overwhelmingly Taylor Swift fans? No, that couldn't be it. No. By framing her like, "Oh, I like my friends canceled." No, you don't. You like when someone behaves in the same narcissistic way that you do. You never once stood up for Matty. Like I know I referenced on my Tortured Poets podcast, I know I referenced that she was saying like, "Oh yeah, they came for me, blah, blah, blah." But all of her reacting to how her fans reacted to Matty is framed how it impacted her. The only person she defended Matty against was her father. And it's like, well, she's always picking that as her enemy. Like Miss Americana exists because her father made her get skinny and made her not be a shitlib. That's the whole villain arc in Miss Americana is Scott Swift being a normal human being. Canceled is a song that is insincere to the point of being pointless. Like it doesn't even deserve to be dissected like this. It's one of the most cowardly songs ever written about being brave. And it's just as delusional as Blake Lively's narcissistic lawsuit. I'm almost certain that Blake will appear in a video for this song, but the general public is going to look at it and they're going to be like, both of you are incredibly delusional. And they're going to think that they're girl bossing. The only person Blake needs to blame, if she needs to blame someone by herself, is that creepy, unnerving husband that she has. That can be the source of the reason why she's canceled. Because he yes-anded all of her dumbest ideas. And going back to Miss Americana, it makes me so sad because Taylor is desperate to fight for something, and the thing that she chose was a meaningless political tweet. And then now she's trying to find another thing to fight for, and of all the things she could have chosen, she chose Blake Lively. It's like she's so desperate for a villain, but there is no villain aside from herself. So she looks out and she chooses something so unrelatable, like in Miss Americana, the pointless tweet that she was like, her father was like, "This is a meaningless gesture. What you're doing, no one will give a shit about. You will not get 10 more people to vote for that person. And you're doing this for you. This is not about politics at all. It's for your own need for power." And he tried to explain that to her. If you sat down and had Taylor watch back Miss Americana now, she could make better decisions in the future. And when she was thinking about, like, I want to reflect on being canceled, she would not choose Blake Lively as the engine of that song. You want to make a song about something? Matty Healy can't go back to Malaysia because he kissed one of his bandmates on stage. And maybe she knew that Maddie just deals with the culture so much better than she can. So like Maddie doesn't write songs confronting specific women. He'll write sort of like composites where he'll have the same feelings in a bunch of different relationships, and he creates a composite for that. I think that's also why I always refer to Taylor as the protagonist in the songs, because like Maddie has conditioned me where it's not Maddie in all these songs, and it's not one woman in all these songs that he's singing about. And so like there's Meredith in there, and there's Gabby in there, and there's Taylor in there, and there's probably Twigs in there, but I wipe that from my mind. I pretend that era does not exist because, Twigs is very close to Chappell Roan in the do I look at this person as a sexual being scale. But Maddie has dealt with cancellation so like, in When We Are Together, that song, it helped me remember why the 1975 is my favorite band. When I heard my cancellations, and then also it was poorly handled the day we both got canceled because I'm a racist and you're some kind of slag. Like both those are such fun ways to deal with being canceled, and also they're like empowered ways to deal with being canceled because it's not cowering and it's not yas queening. And I love that about, like, that's why Being Funny in a Foreign Language is my favorite 1975 record, and they're my favorite band. So you understand how big that looms, and just, Maddie is such an inspiration to me in my writing that you see the way Maddie deals with the cancellation, and it's almost like maybe Taylor was afraid to try to write on Maddie's level. Like she knows that she can't construct the song the way that he can on this topic, because Maddie will talk to you about Mark Fisher for an hour. He doesn't care. Like if you want to see some interesting interviews with him, there's a really great Ion Pack interview, even though those guys were, anytime I'm like in their live chat and I'm trying to like confront them on why, they're always like, yeah, everyone should just fund the arts and blah, blah. Like they want everyone's little stupid little hobby to be like publicly funded, where it's like, no, make something that people want to buy and then you can get money. That's how commerce works. We don't fund your little performances. Anyways, it's a really good interview. And then Doom Scroll, that guy that I always make fun of, Joseph Sintella or whatever his name is, he's always like, what's counterculture? And it's like everything that stands against you is counterculture now. And so like he just doesn't think counterculture exists because he doesn't realize that he's the culture now. But in the interview, it does give a lot of interesting insights into how Maddie views things like cancellation, or views things like, a public persona and things like that. And so like maybe Taylor looked at it was poorly handled the day we both got canceled because I'm a racist and you're some kind of slag, and she never could be that brave in a cancellation song. So she had to make a song where the people who do the canceling are the canceled, so that they can be a victim of because people who cancel other people are obsessed with systems. Like they're always going to be like, the systematic inequality of like, just the least interesting conversational person you can find. And so this is a song for the people who cancel people thinking they're victims being canceled, if that makes sense. And it doesn't really need to. Like, this song doesn't deserve this level of dissection because it's not presenting anything interesting beyond, oh no, I've created a tempest in a teapot, and the only way out is now for me to be the victim of it. And even sonically, like, there's something there interesting sonically, but the work that Max Martin has been doing with The Weeknd, like, Abel could have made such a better song, and it wouldn't have been so, you could have just ingested it easily, and it would have been a pleasurable thing. Like, this is an actively displeasurable song based on its lyrical content. It's not super exciting to have Max Martin. If Max Martin suggested a "Hit Me Baby One More Time," they would be like, that is actually perpetuating violent stereotypes of relationships where disproportionately, like, Max Martin can't even do his full Max Martin thing because of how delusional this song is. And the only way out on, like, the way you could say this song has value is that after I listened to the album, Isabella and I were on the phone and we started talking about how the internet has changed. Like, we're sort of interested in being terminally online because we're both terminally online. And we were talking about the access to content that kids have now is so beyond what my generation or like her later on generation had. And so we were discussing, like, if something like the Charlie Kirk thing happened during our generations of online time, you would not be able to find that video unless you went to LiveLeak. Where for this generation, anyone with a Twitter account watched a guy get shot in the neck and they didn't even know it was coming. Like, you can just be scrolling your dash on autoplay, and that close-up video of that happening is probably what, like 8 to 11 seconds. So like, if you're just scrolling on the next video, by the time that kid processed what he was seeing, he had already seen it. And we started talking about that. Like, how does a kid react to that? And like, how does a culture react to that? Where the democratization of information, we now all see these horrors that are going on, whether it be Ukraine or Palestine, everything like that. A kid is now just scrolling through that. A gore video is essentially inserted into their timeline by the people who are running these sites, instead of before where you would have to be like, oh, the mods took this down. Oh, this page got removed. Oh, this content got flagged. Now they're feeding it to you. They're not like keeping it from you. So we were talking about reactions to that. We were talking about what Candace Owens' reaction was to that, where like Charlie was her favorite white boy, and now she's sort of falling into these delusional holes on what happened because she's so terminally online too. And then we talked about Charlie's widow, Erica, and I was trying to explain it's something where everyone saw what happened to her husband. And then so you're wondering, how do you react to that? Where on one side, it's an incredibly personal thing. You have to deal with it. You need time to process it. But it's also been inserted on every single timeline for every person who's online. So you're going to be asked about it and hounded about it until you make a statement. And I said, like, it's probably an easier way to cope with it to make that initial statement so that you're not hounded, so that you can process it. And then I was trying to also say, but then there's another interpretation of that she almost seemed like she was prepared to do it. And like, you don't want to disparage someone who's going through all this stuff. So I was stumbling through it. I was like very inarticulate, and I wasn't really like saying exactly what I wanted to get across. And Isabella interrupts me and she just goes, "Did your girl boss too close to the sun?" It's like we both fell into laughter because like that's what I was trying to question. Like, people are saying is she being too much of a girl boss in this moment? But like utilizing the dumbest possible lyrics like that. Did I girl boss too close to the sun might be the dumbest lyrics said on a song, but there's like a power in how stupid it is that I wasn't able to articulate a really complicated thing. And for Isabella to just sing, "Did she girl boss too close to the sun?" was the it deflated, like, all of the seriousness that was blocking me from being able to articulate my thought on it, and I was sort of, like, spinning out. And maybe as a service to society as a whole, Taylor is making content that, like, makes you laugh at how stupid and cringe it is, so that the overpowering weight of everything else that you're consuming online gets melted away by just this dumb little lyric. And I was like, okay, there's utility in that. Like, now that's going to be one of our running jokes where if I'm going down a rabbit hole and I'm questioning a woman's behavior, Isabella can just bring the, "Did she girl boss too close to the sun?" And then it will just pull us out of this dark hellscape, you know? And so I think there might be a utility in Taylor cringe. And of course, maybe Blondie thinks she's a badass with "Did I girl boss too close to the sun" in that self-help type way. Or there's a chance she would find all of this analysis like actually romantic. But overall, the song, it feels like a coward trying to seem powerful. It's a defense of a woman who created her own hell and then complained about the temperature. It's the 100th victim narrative across a 2-decade career. Like, maybe there's different roles. Like, she likes her friends canceled, but maybe she doesn't like her lovers canceled. But the thing is, I think Taylor liked Matty being Matty. The same thing that makes Matty want to out-Mullen Nick Mullen is also what makes him able to reflect on those complex subjects. There's a humor to the 1975's work that isn't cringe. There's entire songs, "Sincerity is Scary," where it's all trying to balance that. And Matty being Matty is something that Taylor needed after Joe. Joe was always the polite, always the interior, always the greeting, always the challengeless partner. And Matty was going to challenge her. And in her writing, she's dying to be challenged right now. But he would also be public with her, that she's begging for, like using the megaphone. He would say, "I love you, you know who you are" on stage. Just as Taylor was coming out of a relationship where such a public display was considered taboo. And so the same openness she desperately wanted and that Matty gave her immediately made her turn away in vulnerability. You don't like your lovers canceled. You like your lovers too dumb to outsmart you. And I know this sounds mean. I know you're like, Matty Healy's strongest soldier is off in Cheyenne, Wyoming again, but I really do like Taylor Swift. I hope you know that. I'm going to do something. I wanted to do this on Tortured Poets, but there were just so many tracks on the album, and I didn't fully appreciate one of the songs. So I just want to prove to you that I like Taylor Swift. Like, I know that Blondie and I have a complicated relationship, but at the end of the day, I love her music. Like, I wouldn't talk about her music for, what is it? We're coming up on 5 hours by the time this thing will end. I wouldn't talk about this woman for 5 hours if her music wasn't incredibly important to me. So, to prove to you how much of a fan I am of her work, I want to go back to the Tortured Poets department and let's go through the song Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus. Imagine Swifties listening to this podcast and being like, this guy's just a dick. He doesn't like Taylor. I really do. But then there's also like that thing where it's like, some Swiftie being like, I asked Tommy if he's a real Swiftie, and he said, "A what?" And I repeated, a swiftie. And he said, Swiftie's nuts in your mouth. Sorry. Wood was a bad influence on me. Wood was like a Manchurian candidate for guys who are obsessed with making dick jokes or turning songs into like dick puns. Like Taylor made me. I was being on good behavior. All right, I'm bringing up the lyrics to Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus, and you should do the same. You'll follow along with me because there's some parts that I'm not sure on, but the reason why I'm not sure on them is because it's such good songwriting that there's such like vivid illumination for so many lines, and then also some like slight obfuscation from like you're standing in another room and you can see like a shadow moving, but you aren't sure who that shadow belongs to, and you can sort of hear a mumbling, but you can't be sure who that voice belongs to. That's what this song is like, and that's why I feel like it's so applicable. I relate to this song so much despite it being so specific. And this song was produced by Aaron Dessner, who you know from The National, where Boxer is one of my 10 most listened to albums of all time. And I am able to deal with Matt's corniness. I think I made fun of him on one of these podcasts for that awful Silent Night, Holy Night with Phoebe Bridgers, where it's like, this is the final level of Brooklyn leftism. Like, they've ascended to the highest plane. But all right, let's go over these lyrics by a beautiful Aaron Dessner production where Taylor sings, "Your hologram stumbled into my apartment, hands in the hair of somebody in darkness, named Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus, and I just watched it happen." And the opening of that song is so evocative, and it has this gothic feeling where the lover is a hologram ghost, and there's also the narrator, or like, I could, just for this one song, will you give me the leniency to just drop the plausible deniability about this possibly not being autobiographical and about Matty? Because I like to think of it being about Matty. Like, can I do that as a treat? So I'm imagining Matty sort of being there and not being there, and being present in her life and not being present in her life. And he is the hologram. But then the way the stanza ends, it's also, he's a ghost. And with both a hologram and a ghost, you can't like grab them and shake them. You can't tie them to a chair. This is Taylor showing her powerlessness. And being powerless is something that she cannot handle. Taylor is in the cuck chair watching as Matty has it off with whoever he wants. Whoever strikes his fancy in his drunken haze is who he can have it off with. And Taylor is either repressing her Chloe Sophia side, or she's resentful that Matty has a Sam and Marcus side that she'll never be able to satisfy. That's just a total lack of control, and she's someone obsessed with control. That's why she loves to write, is because she can control it. That's why she had to own her masters, because she can control it. This ghost, this hologram, there's no control whatsoever, but it's also looming and leering and staying, and a hologram doesn't age. A ghost doesn't age. This feeling is going to sustain. You can't outrun it. It can pass through walls. I love that she is also the ghost, though. Think about David Lowery's brilliant ghost story. In a ghost story, the ghost can throw plates around and everything like that, but mostly the ghost has to observe. And the ghost observes out of time, and all that makes life special, this fragile, time-limited thing, is gone. And so the ghost loses its purpose. And so you can feel Taylor saying, like, I'm the fifth name in a row of names. There's before and after me that I can't control at all. So she too is a ghost in that song. And she continues, As the decade would play us for fools, and you saw my bones out with somebody new, who seemed like he would have bullied you in school, and you just watched it happen. And so it's interesting that she says, as the decade would play us for fools, because the decade didn't really play Matty and Taylor for fools. It played Matty and Joe for fools. And then there's that line about who seemed like he would have bullied you in school, where it's almost like if you had to think about who got bullied in school more, Matty Healy, who looks cool, was in a band, and can talk his way out of a paper bag, or Joe Alwyn, who essentially does not speak unless spoken to. Like quintessential shy guy behavior. Quintessential, I'm going to go out in a field and take pictures with my camera. Like, who do you think got bullied in school more? So I think Taylor is almost using Matty's writing style, where Matty will take a piece from Meredith and he'll take a piece from Twigs and he'll make them in the same song, or he'll flip through his notebook and what he remembered about those two women, he'll make within the same verse. And I think Taylor is doing that as a tribute to Matty, since so much of Tortured Poets was about Matty. And it's also how Taylor sees each of those men. Taylor always saw Matty as bad boy behind the dumpster smoking a cigarette. And Taylor seemed to regard Joe as being, I don't want to say like subservient, but like he lets her be bejeweled or whatever, you know. He lets her lead instead of Matty taking the lead. And honestly, in Tortured Poets, Joe is sometimes portrayed as like a doormat, or what's it called when you like put a rock on a bunch of papers so they don't blow away? A paperweight. Taylor portrays Joe as a paperweight often, and she doesn't outright call him a paperweight, but like if you were to like put all of the Joe related lyrics into an AI and be like, what object would this description of a person be? The AI would probably say this motherfucker would be a paperweight. But regardless of who the song is about, it's so heartbreaking. Like, I love the next lyrics on this, where she says, if you want to break my cold, cold heart, just say I loved you the way that you were. If you want to tear my world apart, just say you've always wondered. And this is just gorgeous writing. And it's that double-edged sword. Of course, you want to be told that you are loved the way you are. You want to be loved the way you are. But to change for someone and for it not to work, and then they tell you, I would have loved you how you were in the first place, it's shattering. Because you're like, I did so much work for you. I invested in this. And you're telling me I could have stayed the same and you still would have felt the same way about me. And it's also the scary thing of, did I change so that you'll love me? And in changing, did I create a person that you no longer love now? Is that what you're telling me, where saying that I could have loved you the way that you were? That's not saying I love you how you are now. So it could be a self-sabotage. A lot of Tortured Poets talks about self-sabotage. You know, my boy only breaks his favorite toys, self-sabotage from the other side. But then also like, Daddy, I love him, there's a bit of self-sabotage there too. But it's so terrifying. All you had to do was be you and everything would have been okay. Imagine dwelling on that. I think most people have done that before, changed for someone else, become someone they didn't recognize, and that person that they can't recognize doesn't get recognized back by the other person, and now you've lost yourself and you've lost that person, and you can't really blame them, because if they're telling you, I would have loved you the way that you were, but you changed out of fear of losing me, it's just so difficult to confront. That's why Taylor's music does have such value. And you can hear it in her voice, because what I'm going to get onto later is the topic of muses. I have to get through this album first, where I'm so sorry. Why are you still listening to this? All right, let's get back to the song, because I really do love this song. This is the only weak part of the song where she said, "You said some things that I can't unabsorb." Unabsorb is such an ugly non-word, but she quickly makes up for it because she said, "You turned me into an idea of sorts." And there's this dehumanizing thing that happens sometimes where you don't get a chance to be with the person you want to be with. It doesn't line up right. You both are never in the same place geographically, never in the same place mentally, never in the same place life satisfaction wise. And so if there's that someone you've been falling in love in stages with for your whole life and you can't make it happen, that person turns into an idea of sorts. And then once you do get that chance to make it happen, now that person is a full person, and they have to compete with the idea you've created across all these other times where it didn't work out. You've been mythologized in their mind. You've been turned into an idea of sorts. And not only is that a problem for you that you have to live up to this idea, it's a problem for them, because it's very scary to lose your idea, because that idea can sort of like keep you romantically vital, where you say, someday I'll have her, him, and all these things that I'm feeling now, all these frustrations, they can melt away. I know it's not the time, so I'm going to spend time with another person, but I know that my person down the line, we are going to reconnect. And you turn someone into an idea, then when you finally have them in front of you, they have this easy version they're competing with that they can never live up to in the hard moments. And Matty was an idea for Taylor as well. And that idea, the nice thing about it was she would never have to be challenged by it. All his bad behavior, she could look at it and say, if he had me, I could have steered him out of that. But then now that she has him, she sings, "You needed me, but you needed drugs more, and I just watched it happen," where she couldn't control him. And because she couldn't control him, she mentally punished him because he was an idea of sorts. And now that idea is consuming her mind. She watches it happen. She can't stop it. There's more of that powerlessness there. And coming from a relationship with Joe where she had all the power, now she's on her back foot a lot on that. Like a boxer who always boxes going forward, if they start getting put on their back foot, they aren't used to fighting in that style, and so they can get knocked out easier that way. The idea of Matty was shattered by the reality of Matty. What made Matty exciting was also too much excitement for the control freak. No one can tell Taylor no. Like, fuck knows, this album is a perfect example of that. No one told her no at any moment, even when she was humiliating herself. And you could tell that Matty would tell her no on these things. Matty would do what she asked him not to do. And if she asked him not to do drugs once, then every subsequent slip-up was equivalent to a no to her. And she can't handle no's. Like, that's why this album came out so bad. And that album, I'm meaning Life of a Showgirl, not Tortured Poets, which you know that I like. And Taylor returns to the idea that the chorus is based on as she sings, "I changed into goddesses, villains and fools, changed plans and lovers and outfits and rules, all to outrun my desertion of you, and you just watched it happen." And that is honesty. That is lyrical honesty for her. And it goes toward, you could love me the way that I was. She's changed outfits and rules and everything for him, and it still didn't work. And she said she did this all to outrun my desertion of you. And so I guess the reason why this song came into my mind after Canceled is because she deserted him when he needed her. And he let her desert him because look at who he found now. Gabriette has never apologized for anything as far as I can tell. And they like the same jokes, and she's breaking Maddie's rules. She's grabbing spaghetti off the plate while they're at dinner with Lord, and Maddie's Gab, no, Gabriette is behaving in a way that makes Maddie be the parent. And he is a person who needs that. Like, the people who have remained in my life understand all of my edgelord tendencies and idiosyncrasies and my contrarianism and everything like that, and they don't take it personal. But there are a lot of Taylor Swifts where they deserted me and I just watched it. I didn't stop it at all, and I don't reach out again. I never reach out for those people because if you desert me because of my poor behavior that is not related to something that I do while I was drunk that legitimately deserves reprimanding, then I'll just watch it. Taylor chose the ability to sell 27 different variants of an album over love. So she deserted him. Then she wrote a song about how she likes her friend Cancel, but she doesn't. She likes when other women are attacked like she is, because then it can be a coven of victims all telling each other, exactly. So for all the honesty that she had in Chloe or Sam or Sophia or Marcus, now it's, you gave him a high five because you ghosted me. Like, it's a mature woman reflecting on a relationship that she invested so much in for so long, even as it wasn't an active relationship. And then a child, a school child in this new record. There's such a, like I said, no one is telling her no. And on this album, people were telling her no. And the results are, all right, let's go. After the second chorus, she goes on a run that is in my top 10 for favorite moments in a Taylor Swift song. She sings, "If the glint in my eye traced the depths of your sigh down the passage in time, back to the moment I crashed into you like so many wrecks do, too impaired by my youth to know what to do." I mean, that right there is why I'm a Taylor Swift fan. It still hits me. Like, I did not know if I was going to get choked up when I read that to you there. It's so true and evocative and visual and mournful. And instead of being a victim, she goes back to the theme of impairment. Just like those drugs, now it's her impairment. But the thing that she can't help in that impairment is that it's her youth. And you can't really change your youth. And how doomed, like, she couldn't stay around and watch Matty be impaired by something that he couldn't control, addiction. And Matty couldn't stay around watching Taylor being impaired by something she can't control, her need to be the boss. And you can envision Taylor catastrophizing as she sings, "So if I sell my apartment and you have some kids with an internet starlet, will that make your memory fade from the scarlet maroon like it never happened?" And she's so mournful because Maddie found Gabriette, and Gabriette is so perfect for him. Everything that Taylor couldn't accept about Maddie, Gabriette either handles it in private and we never see it, or lets Maddie be Maddie. And I don't mean that in the Lakers let Russ be Russ way where it's like kind of a backhanded compliment. She legitimately lets Maddie be Maddie. And their dynamic, you can see at George's wedding when Maddie is DJing and Gabriette is sort of being the center of attention as she's dancing. Like, what a great dynamic. You're spinning records, your girl is dancing your heart out, your best friend is finally getting married. It's just a really gorgeous life. And so I think Taylor knew she had to give up on the home that she imagined with Matty. I think she brings Joe back in the scarlet maroon because she realized that she gave up that connection for Matty almost, and then now it's faded away again, and she has to wipe the slate clean. She has to find some idiot to date just to make those boys jealous. And she knows that Matty and she have been falling in love in stages their whole lives, so she thinks about how they'll continue their secret passion as she sings, "Could it be enough to float in your orbit? Can we watch our phantoms like watching wild horses? Cooler in theory, but not if you force it to be. It just didn't happen." They'd waited so long to give it a legitimate try, and then they gave it a try, and Taylor needed him, but she needed fans more, and he needed her, but he needed drugs more, so it just didn't happen. And Taylor mentions horses, and I think about how when she was just a little girl, she sang, "I was a dreamer before you went and let me down. Now it's too late for you and your white horse to come around." Like, she knows that Matty isn't the prince on the horse. He's the wild horse, so all she can do is observe him, because to corral him would be forcing it. And what makes a wild horse so beautiful is that it's galloping free, and its mane is bouncing, and it's out in the open. And if you put that wild horse in captivity, so much of its majestic nature is boxed in. Like, everything about a wild horse that makes it beautiful when it's free becomes ugly when that horse is in a corral. And so Taylor ends the song asking, "Will I always wonder?" And yes, 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 that is a real yearner. That is a real writer. That is a real musician. I love Taylor Swift, and this song is every reason why. And so this leaves the quandary that sort of brings about the life of a showgirl, where Matty is now going off and he's going to have kids with some internet starlet. And Taylor is going to have her stuff shipped back from Kansas City in a couple months when her guy retires and she loses the spark. And she'll find herself asking if she sacrificed a relationship with someone who actually challenged her, if that was worth the XL cardigan sales. I hope it was, Blondie. And now let's finish out the record. Now that it's at least been established that I am the Taylor Swift fan who loves her music, let's go back to that new music. The 11th track on The Life of a Showgirl is titled Honey. It's another perfectly sweet song that I think young girls will appreciate. It almost made me sad that Taylor used the word bitch in this song, because the song is the perfect music for a 9-year-old. And a 9-year-old shouldn't have to worry about hearing swear words because she asked Alexa to play Honey and it played the explicit version, you know? Honeys always have an important place in Taylor's discography. She needs to keep making these songs. Even though these songs aren't for me, I want them on the record because, all right, you know how tough Courtney Love is to please, you know? Like, Madonna has bruises from Courtney Love's Compact, and Madonna has made some of the best pop music of all time. But what Courtney Love always says about Taylor is that Taylor is a safe space for girls. And she always undercuts it by saying, I don't believe her music is important or interesting, but that's Courtney being Courtney. You can't tame that wild horse, you know? And Honey is a syrupy little song that would not change Courtney's mind. She would probably point to it as evidence of her thesis, but I wish it was censored. And I will even say there's a jazzy little interlude in the song that has a bit of the appeal of False God, which is a song that I actually like, much to your surprise. But this jazzy little interlude doesn't get a chance to breathe. Nothing on this record gets a chance to breathe. And that's why it was this moment where I was really like, no fucking way would King of New Jersey, Jack Antonoff, make this jazzy little interlude this short. Because Jack has an amazing ability to make very catchy, very accessible pop music, but he always has little eccentricities. Like, Jack toys around in the studio. If you listen to Matty and George on, I think it's the Tape Notes podcast, they give you a really good insight into Jack's production. And then also there are a couple of videos, I think, not to promote anything made by Rolling Stone, which you know how I feel about that piece of shit institution, but I think they made a video where it's just Jack in the studio and he's talking about his layering techniques and everything like that. And if Jack Antonoff produced Honey, that jazzy little interlude, he would get funky with it and it would be so satisfying. Because he's not on this record, it doesn't seem like he had oversight on it. The way Margaret was reacting to it, she's like, yeah, I heard the record. It's certainly songs on an album. Like, they know that this is music lower than what Jack creates. And I miss his little eccentricities. The song is so slight that to get into it deeper, there's like sexuality that's sort of TV PG, which is totally fine for little girls. And, maybe that jazzy little flourish would be satisfying for an adult to overhear as their daughter played Barbies to the song, but it's the type of song that could be removed from the album and nothing would be lost. But all of these songs could sort of be removed from this album because there's no cohesive themes or ideas that she's exploring. It's just a group of songs. And the final song on the record is the titular track, track 12, The Life of a Showgirl. And it features Sabrina Carpenter, who obviously, I'm a fan of, but I will say I got into her for Emails I Couldn't Send. And I listened to that album while writing this novel called Pushing Closer, where if you're looking for a novel that is very autumnal, it's a very good November novel and not a lot happens. It's about a woman who seeks out a roommate, and the roommate that she finds is very eccentric and she ends up falling in love with her in a way. But the roommate is already dating another man, and so there's like all these complicated feelings of this woman trying to figure out what are these new feelings I have for women. And it just so happens that the eccentric roommate has all these like grand ideas when holidays come around. And so she does a Friendsgiving. And one of the women that the eccentric roommate invites to the Friendsgiving inspires similar desire in our main character. And that's how our main character ends up sort of exploring her sexuality. While I was writing that novel, I was listening to Emails I Couldn't Send. And there's something really appealing about that record. I feel like it's Sabrina's fullest record, and it's good songwriting that came from an unexpected place. And so I think it captivated me even more in that way. But then every time I look at it now, there was this one Swiftie where during Emails, Taylor hadn't really taken Sabrina under her wing yet. So one Swiftie renamed the record in a tweet, Albums I Couldn't Sell, which is, I'm give the Swiftie that credit. That is a fucking funny line. But, even after Emails, I was super passionate about her and about Jack's layered production and Sab's cute little humor. And her records made me very happy. Like, you've seen how many times I've gotten mad about The Life of a Showgirl. I cannot think of any time that Sabrina Carpenter has ever made me mad. Like, she's just a very sweet, she's short and sweet, aptly named little girl. And it's weird because I know that some Swifties have called this collaboration a letdown, but there are also people outside of the Swiftieverse who said that it's not very interesting. And like those women, they hate Taylor because she's the valedictorian while they're like former gifted children who ended up C students. And they hate Sabrina because she's like, she would be a flyer on the cheer squad while these women would be like recruited by the lesbian coach to be a bass. They'd be like, you have an awful sturdy constitution. Like, these are the people who worship Chapel Roan because her personality is off-putting and she's not a sexual threat to anyone unless it's like 4 a.m. at a frat party and everyone else has left. And it's such a relief because this song is finally about being a showgirl. Like, here we are, last track on the album. Oh, you decided to finally go to the theme of your album? And even then, like, the sonic production on this is clap stomp and guitar, which is not what a showgirl would dance to. Like, why isn't there a single sonically showgirly song on this record? Like, the concept is never utilized except for in the Ophelia video. In the Ophelia video, Taylor Swift could have performed in a wheelchair. Like, you don't see her moving her legs at all for the entire time it's there, except to like jump off the plank. What I found was once I heard Sabrina's voice on this song, I felt endorphins and it's such a welcome break, but like I really could have used this in track 4, not track 12. I needed a breather from Taylor earlier in this record to hear someone else, and to put this on the end of the record, it defeats how much like a cool glass of water it is to hear Sabrina Carpenter's voice. She should have utilized that far, far sooner, and maybe the earlier parts of the record weren't be like, I'm sick of this woman, you know? And I was surprised that Sabrina ended her first verse so macabre, but I guess she didn't want to just keep employing the wink she normally employs, because the concept of the song is sort of like, it's exciting to meet your heroes, but what happens if you meet your hero and he tells you it sucks? Like, what happens if I finally got to meet Bret Easton Ellis and I tell him, like, I started a podcast because of you. I write novels because of you. I just want to be you. And he's like, actually, being me sucks. Here are some reasons why. And he broke down why it sucked to be him. I would have to rethink my entire life, you know? I've just been doing all this just to be Bret Easton Ellis. And now I can't even be the Thomas James Reagan Bret Easton Ellis. I gotta start putting Tommy Reagan on my book titles because I need to create a new persona. It would be sort of crushing. And so I think that's why she goes macabre at the end there. She can't wink there. She thought she was going to get a wink, and instead she got poked in the eye, you know? And the third verse is really appealing. Like, Taylor and Sab do this back and forth thing that, like, remember Jadakiss and Styles P on the Lox records, how they used to go back and forth? And they do it over like this really appealing string bed, and it's just really cool feeling. But again, like, it makes me miss Jack, because this is the type of stuff Jack does. Like, maybe he snuck in the studio when like Max Martin and Shellback were off doing Swedish shit, where they're like, "Well, we need to go and make the meatballs." And, you know, like, Jack Antonoff just slid his desk chair into the studio and was like, "All right, I'm going to make an actual record for you girls on this." And then at the end, they really start belting it out. And like, you can hear emotion in Taylor's voice. And that's why I think that she needs more people in the studio to push her. Sabrina probably started belting it out. And then Taylor was like, well, shit, I better belt it out. Competition pushes people. And she got competition on this. And now her voice is doing something besides like sounding as bored as Selena Gomez's conversational voice, you know? Like, remember when Taylor used to go back to back with her guitarist and she would like scream her little blondie lungs out into the mic? Finally, she does that a little bit here. Like, she leans into the guitarist for once, where we like that, Blondie. We want that from you. We miss when you are this dangerous, shrieking force. And I don't like that the song ends up fading out, because the album feels too short, or like it needs an encore. With the fade out, you might just have someone who's sort of just like, oh, I'm thankful it's over, which is like a sad thing to say, you know? The fade out is just a strange choice without having another song. But the sad reality of it is that Taylor does have another song and she's saving it so that after she sells 28 variants, now she can sell variants with the bonus track that'll act as the encore, so she knows eventually the full version of the album will come out, but she'll be able to double dip again so that people will go get that full version, because this album does feel by far her most incomplete. Where like Rep was just stuffed, like I'm gonna throw everything at the table and see what sticks. This one is like, I'm gonna lay the table with the mediocre shit and you'll grin and bear it. And that's sort of my final reflection on the album, is that I don't think the album is done yet. So to do a full retrospective on it, I'll just have to go back and I'll have to do another podcast to be like, all right, here's the full life of a showgirl. And she'll probably give us like a song that a showgirl would actually dance to. And then all of my critiques on this stuff would be nullified. And then so now I have to go back and apologize and say, actually, Taylor did have another song on that. And so that's why I'm not really doing a full reflection on this album, because it's not done yet. And like, think about with Midnights. She left Stop You Losing Me off Midnights. That was a New Jersey exclusive. Thank you very much. She recognized Tommy Reagan needed something a little extra, and she literally only gave it to New Jersey at first when she played MetLife Stadium, which I could not get tickets to, but also was probably better for the fact that I should not be around just random teenage girls. But if you look at Midnights with Stop You Losing Me, that's an entirely different record than Midnights without Stop You Losing Me. Stop You Losing Me is the weight-bearing pillar on Midnights. I'm not going to fully reflect on this album as a whole because it doesn't feel like a full album and it doesn't feel like a finished album. I will reflect on it at some point later on, where a year from now, when we get the next record, I'll probably just reflect on this record on that podcast, because Lord knows I certainly aren't keeping these brief. But what I will speak on for my fellow Swifties here is that for the Swifties that are disappointed by this album, I get it. I think any Swiftie would objectively say that this is a lesser work. But I'll tell you that I'm an author who has lesser works, and my lesser works are important to my artistic oeuvre. Even if they are lesser works, like I had to get them out of me. And everything I do has a piece of my soul in it, even if it's just a sliver. And I would probably say my lesser works have more commercial appeal than my greater works. And that also could be what she's doing here. There's a universal appeal to Taylor Swift, even beyond Swifties. Someone recently asked Varg Vikernes if he likes pop music, and he responded on Instagram, "Some of it is actually okay." And the person was surprised. And when he had to give examples, Varg said, "Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift. That one is pretty good." You know, like Wildest Dreams by Taylor Swift is probably a lesser work, but it's a lesser work that Varg can say like, that one's pretty good. You know, there's something to be said about the universality of songs. And a lot of times you don't know how something will connect until you release it out into the world. Like, I don't know what's a failure until everyone comes back and says, you failed on this thing. And that's the scary thing about art, is that sometimes you can release it and be like, fuck, I failed on this thing. And people will be like, yo, I was cracking up at this scene. And you'll be like, that scene, I thought I edited that out. You liked that? And they'll be like, yeah, it was hilarious. I read it twice. And I'd be like, oh, okay, thanks, cool. And that's what sucks about art, is that you don't know what your lesser work is because you're creating from the same mind's eye. And so you're perceiving the work from that mind's eye. And I think it was John Green who said, like, once you release your book, it doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the readership. And the reason why that is because you can say like, oh, this is a lesser work, and your readers can say, actually, no, you're wrong. Your favorite work is actually a piece of shit, and this lesser work is why I love you. I know in the end it comes down to money, but it also could come down to the fact that Taylor didn't know if what she was putting out here actually would cast such a wide net that Varg would be like, you know what? Elizabeth Taylor's okay. And remember when I was telling you about that phone conversation with Isabella where I was like getting so politic brained about the Charlie Kirk thing and she hit me with the Taylor Swift lyrics and it just deflated the whole situation and let us laugh and was this easy reprieve from me getting too intellectualized on the state of the universe. This record is a relief to me because there isn't a second of politics on this album. Arguably, you could say cancel culture is politics, but it's canceling Ryan Reynolds' wife, where like you can't imagine like a more dickless lib than Ryan Reynolds. So like that's not politics to me. And recently, you guys know that I'm a huge Paul Thomas Anderson fan. Like I think he's a modern genius. And I know what you're probably thinking where you're like, I saw you tweet that you were going to one battle after another and you didn't do a podcast on it, yet you did a podcast on frickin' Megalopolis. The reason why there is no podcast is because I view One Battle After Another as one of Paul's lesser works, and I felt like I was ambushed by politics in it. The first reel of One Battle After Another, you know how I feel about protesters and activists. Imagine how that went over for me. It was like in the song Life is a Showgirl where Sabrina shows up and finds out what it's like to actually be a showgirl. I had that level of disillusionment. And of course, after the first reel, the movie gets much better. Once Tiana Taylor is no longer there, I was able to incrementally heal my heart, but One Battle After Another does feel like an artistic betrayal. And yet I understand it. I'm not like, I look at that as Paul Thomas Anderson wanted to make a girl dad movie. And his family is very important to him. And that artistic expression is just as valid as the fact that he loves porno. And so I let him do that. There are probably a lot of people who don't find it interesting that like he's pulling these real life guys, you know, that like Burt Reynolds in Boogie Nights is like John Damianos, you know, like people are scared that you can draw those parallels because PTA is a guy who loves porno. And so I love Boogie Nights for those reasons. And there are probably PTA fans who are girl dads who love this movie for those reasons. Paul made 9 movies for me. 9 movies that touch my soul. So I'm like, fuck it. Hell yeah, Paul. Make your movie for MSNBC dads. Make a movie for guys who listen to the Bill Simmons podcast. I can't deny that One Battle After Another is a skillfully made movie, but I just hate that it appeals to the same bearded, like, well, actually fat shit lib that saw Everything Everywhere all at once and was like, somehow, some way, they managed to improve on Dan Harmon's already perfect aesthetic, you know? Like, I live my life in opposition to that type of man. I was in a very packed West Orange theater watching that Paul Thomas Anderson movie, and I could see the fat bearded men kicking their feet as they're like, yes, my politics are being affirmed by the movie. And so you can imagine how my contrarian ass was walking out of that film. I was walking out of that film like lockjaw. After getting out of One Battle After Another and then putting on The Life of a Showgirl, it's just, oh, no politics. Thank you, Blondie. And she would have every reason to actually put politics on this album, where like on Miss Americana, it was because she had no one to rail against. On this, the literal 47th president of the United States of America just sends artless tweets where it's like, I hate Taylor Swift. So she'd have every reason to make a political song if she wanted to. And she didn't do it. And some people are even mad about that. This is also a parallel of what I see going on in the 1975 fandom, because around the time that the 1975 played Glastonbury, that worthless talentless human being, Bob Vilan, started making all of his concerts about Palestine, and that is a tool for people who cannot create art. Like, Bob Vilan cannot create art. He cannot create songs that people want to listen to. The same exact thing with Kneecap. These are people with no talent. They are sub-SoundCloud, worthless. I can't even call them artists, people who attempt art. And so when Matty went into Glastonbury, everyone who got into the 1975 during the Summer of Love, where they were listening to Greta do the intro on Notes on a Conditional Form, they all expected, Matty to come out draped in the flag and everything like that. And Matty was so smart because he had worked his entire life for Glastonbury. So to insert the day's politics into what he worked for all this time would be to cheapen it and immediately date the performance. Like, Matty wanted to create a timeless Glastonbury performance, which I feel in my heart that he did. Another thing that Matty understood is, if you listen to him on his recent interviews, he understands that the 1975 is an escape for people. That the lyrics are so about the life we live in now, but they're also like tongue-in-cheek, and so it's letting us laugh about the life that we're in now, and not like laughing that we're going to repeat them when we're talking about something super serious and it sounds so dumb that we'll all laugh. But also, it's about my ejaculation. So that's like the Paul Thomas Anderson Boogie Nights thing. I appreciate that we can have that side of our artists. There's no doubt in my mind that Matty still feels strongly politically, but he's not pushing it on the fan base, and that is expanding his fan base more and more. And as his fan base expands, his artistry gets appreciated. He's not just the Taylor Swift boyfriend. He's not just the guy who's banned from Malaysia. He's not just the guy that Nick Mullen got canceled. He's a full artist, and I think he understood the culture enough that what it needs right now is that if your art is going to matter, you don't resort to the lowest form of communication that Bob Vilan and Kneecap are involved in, because their art means nothing. It's worthless. It's on the trash heap of content. Like, I guess the next lowest rung is making 1 minute and 30-second songs that are intended to be TikTok engagement, not that are intended to be sonic bridges on the album. If you're making great music, you can fully cut off the necrotic arm that is the portion of your fan base that wants you to be a puppet for their 12th grade worldview. Like, how great would it be to sacrifice the most annoying part of your fan base for people who love your artistry? That's the dream. I purposely alienate those type of people away from my work. Like, I could write a very compelling blurb, but for like hot blonde girls with heavy eye makeup, within the first 2 sentences of the blurb, I'm pretty much like, social justice warriors are worthless. And that will shave off a readership that I never want to have. But from another angle, there's another reason why this album seems slight. And like, I was telling my friend Michelle about the album, and I was saying that the slightness is a byproduct that Taylor hasn't lived enough life, and that Travis obviously isn't a muse for her, because she gets whatever she needs to get out of her system out, because Travis is so public all the time that, like, if something needs to be said, they can just say it on the podcast. That means that there's like no indiscretions that could happen writing wise on the album. That left vulgarity, and vulgarity was like the one thing that I guess he could be considered a muse for, but she's not challenged in any way by him. There's not that sweeping desire that you feel even on Evermore and Folklore when she was writing with Joe. What people who aren't creative don't understand is that a muse is like rocket fuel for a creative project. I can write a manuscript ready to publish, with the exception of my rampant typos, in 6 months if I have a muse, or it'll take me 10 months if I don't. So it's almost twice the amount of time to write that novel if I don't have a muse that inspires me. And the interesting thing, like if we go back to Matty, Matty has not only found a muse, but instead of immediately writing music like centered around her, he's just chosen to live his life. And in living his life, he's ingesting all of this inspiration. So he has that rocket fuel to create in Gabriette, and then he has all these sources of things that he wants to say and topics that he's never broached in his 20-year career. And my ejaculations, when that music comes out, it's going to come out, you know? It's not going to be like, oh, here's another 1975 record. It is going to be seismic. And so if Taylor had a true muse, then this album would be on the rails like other albums are, where like Folklore and Evermore, you could feel someone else in the room with her, and you could feel her reaching for them. With this record, you don't feel anyone else in the room. And when she's reaching, she is reaching. Like she is reaching in desperation. And I think all of this comes down to not having that muse. But I had books that I didn't have a muse on, and I put them out, and they're doing perfectly fine, and some people really like them. And so the necessity of a muse isn't like, it's not like, oh, this person didn't have a muse, therefore their art is invalid. I'm just saying you don't feel the presence of rocket fuel pretty much at any point on this record. You can ask, does that hurt her in any way? And I would say no. One record can't stop or slow her. I was actively disgusted by Lover. I found it to be a humiliation. And 4 years later, I'm recording 5 hours of commentary on the Tortured Poets department. And then a year later, I'm recording 5 more hours of content on the life of a showgirl. 10 hours of my life have been devoted to discussing these records. And this is by the person who made Lover. This is by the person who wrote If I Was a Man. And let's be honest, I bought this record even before I knew if I liked it. And if I don't like it, oh no, I just need to wait 8 months until the next album cycle starts, you know? I'm not going to be sitting with this for a long time and like licking my wounds. I'm just going to be like, oh, well, that was a mistake. And then 8 months later, I'll be pre-ordering. And there's a way that Taylor won't even view this album as a failure. Like the only actual review I've seen for this album, and by seen, I mean I just viewed a screenshot on Taylor's Insta story, and it was the Rolling Stone review, which gave the album 5 stars. And like Taylor posted that, or her team posted that, but even Taylor knows this album is not a 5-star album. It's hard to find a cultural institution that has crumbled on itself so completely as Rolling Stone. Like, if they asked me to write for them, I would hand in the lyrics to The Man, and they would publish it and be like, this might be the greatest poem ever written in mankind. It's a shame it was written by a cis white male. Like, that's the editorial standard at Rolling Stone now. Being associated with what they create is something worse than selling out. It's like being part of a cult. And now that I've sat with this album for a week, I just really wish she took a year off. The greatest album I've heard in the past 5 years, Being Funny in a Foreign Language, just celebrated its 3rd anniversary, and all we've gotten from the 1975 for new music is the incredible Now Is the Hour cover from Jack Antonoff's soundtrack to some Apple show that no one ever watches because it's on Apple, so how would we even watch it? Going back to One Battle After Another, I was so disappointed by that experience, and it was receiving such raves that I sought out people who were raving about it to get their perspective. Like, do I hate this movie because I hate activists? And I ended up on the Big Picture podcast, and there was this cultural commentator, Van Lathan, where I knew him because he hosts a podcast with one of the dumbest people in America, Jameel Hill. And I was like, all right, let me listen to his perspective on one battle after another. And he said something interesting. He said, I'm going to find the quote here. I wrote it down. He said, the better people think you are, the more they allow you to fail. And in this context, he was referring to the fact that he felt that the film failed Black women. There's a character named Perfidia Beverly Hills, and in this movie, she doesn't take accountability for her actions. And what Van was saying was that because he's so good, he was given a pass where someone, let's say a creative where, let's just pick a random guy. Since we were talking about Haley Williams, who looks like Longlegs, Oz Perkins. If Oz Perkins released a film like this that failed Black women, how Van feels one battle after another fails them, he would not get extended the same pass on that. It would be much more of a comment because Oz Perkins is not as skilled a filmmaker as Paul Thomas Anderson. You know, I disagreed with some things that Van was saying, but I do think that he has a point. The better people think you are, the more they let you fail. And you get peaks and valleys that other artists might not. Something that would put someone else in director's jail or would put you in, like, you know how Halsey is saying she can't like release an album? Halsey has had a lot of failures, and the better people think you are, no one is really like holding Halsey up as like a touchstone of like, yeah, but the next one could be a banger. It's like, I think we've moved past the Tumblr era, you know? And so she doesn't get the same ability to put out a bad record that Taylor gets. And you need to think about the components of this record. Like, ask yourself if it was possible to fail as a mass-marketed product. Max Martin and Shellback knows that their stuff works, and they're allowed to fail because it's like, look at the resume. And Taylor knows her stuff works, and she's allowed to fail because it's like, look at the resume. And I can't think of the last time that Taylor has worked with someone who didn't have that look at the resume ability to fall back on. And sometimes that other person trying to prove themselves is the fuel you need. Is there not one female producer that Taylor could have sat in the studio with who is desperate to prove herself and created strange, innovative work in order to do so? Like, sometimes I'll get an email from a fan and they'll look at my first book and they'll ask me why I can't create something that's so wild, bare emotion, just really an experience of being a sensitive young man. And it's because I now know the rules. Like, I know where certain storytelling beats have to come in. Love Trust came out before I had ever even written a short story. Like, I went from writing rap to the novel immediately. I was recording rap songs in Corey's apartment, and then after, I think it was probably Emily Easton era or emo rap, that I started writing my first novel. I was like around 19. I think it was like a sophomore or junior in college. And nothing I learned from rap transferred over to the novel, so I was just doing what I loved from Salinger and Didion and Bret Easton Ellis, and I wrote a novel I wanted to read while I had all these emotions that I was trying to just exercise from me. And now I write novels with the experience of 20 other completed manuscripts behind me. And I can't unlearn the things that quote unquote made me a better writer unless I do see a situation where if I co-wrote something, where co-writing, I would have to contend with someone else in the room, and I would have to contend with ideas that I never would have. And I've tried to do that before with Richard or Shane, but, you know, those products never really achieved the full collaboration that I was hoping for because the nature of those guys. And I was also thinking about this because I was watching an interview with Matthew McConaughey on Neil Brennan's podcast, and the podcast is called Blocks. And I know how people feel about Matthew McConaughey, but he is almost like, you know how I was talking about muses? Like he was almost like that for when I was writing Beach House Burning. That's a novel where a group of depressed friends get a house on the Jersey Shore and they try to take a summer off from like their lives that they're depressed about to like fix themselves. And there's this character of Levi Baines that I had as sort of like the camp counselor for those friends as they were spending that summer there. And I took a lot from McConaughey when I was creating that character. And now I like check up on McConaughey because Beach House Burning is a sequel to Love Trust. And I wrote it 15 years after I wrote Love Trust. And so I think 15 years from now, there's going to be a third novel. And so I sort of keep track of McConaughey to see how Levi Baines might appear in this third novel. So while I was checking in on him, McConaughey talked about Russ Cole and how he created a defining character that maybe never reappeared with the same strength in the additional seasons of True Detective. And so they were sort of going over, why does Russ Cole work so well while maybe Ray Velcoro does not hit the same way? And McConaughey started talking about it, and he said, I went to Nick Pizzolatto, who's the creator of True Detective, and McConaughey goes to Nick and he says, I know this is your guy on paper, but he's mine now. And he says that they drew blood over it. It was a great night. Furniture was broken that night. It was a great wrestling match. And as Neil's hearing this, he goes, intellectually. And McConaughey goes, physically. And now, I'm not saying that Blondie needs to get into the studio with like a producer like Chris Walla, and then Chris needs to like power bomb her through a table just so that she makes a good record. But what I'm saying is that you got to be ready to break a chair to defend your art. And I don't think Blondie has to defend a second of her art to anyone. She can listen to this entire podcast and maybe not feel the need to defend it against any of what I've brought up here. And even if you do issue that challenge, there's a chance that Blondie could just go, you say that these are bad records, well, they'll eat it like cake. And that's exactly what's happening right now. People are eating it like cake. So why break that chair? The chair can stay intact when you're looking at a guy who has as many hits as you do, staring across from you. You're two business people in your cubicle. If you break a chair in your cubicle during the workday, you're a psychopath. So, like, why would she break a chair there? But also, she can say, I'll feed it to them and they'll eat it like cake. But this is the first time I've seen other Swifties in the community take issue with the timed themed drops that are happening, where there's like far more effort being put into the drops than it kind of feels like was put into the album. And one of those variants of the, I think, 28 that have been released, one of those variants has the subtitle, The Crowd is King. And now that the record is out, I can't be sure if Blondie will do the crowd's bidding or if she'll just further mythologize herself as Marie Antoinette, a remarkable woman at the mercy of a vengeful crowd, doomed to suffer at their hands. Well, until then, I will see you next time for Magic Album number 13. If you enjoyed this podcast, please search T. James Reagan on Amazon, look for one of my novels, and if you like it, please leave a review. Also, stay tuned for my next podcast, which will be about David Mamet and Shia LaBeouf's Henry Johnson. Thanks for listening.